Welcome, guys. Another Saturday stream, and welcome to this broadcast. Today we have CR as my co-host.
I'm letting the ad run. Sorry. So I gotta mute.
Okay, no problem. And it's a good idea to mute. Yeah, I had to mute myself too on the YouTube side. So that is done. So we have Cookie Bomb in the house. You're very welcome, my friend. Good to see you. I hope your week has been great. And now we have two in the house. I wonder who the second person might be. So let's wait a couple of minutes and see, let more people in. So before we get into this topic for today's stream. And we have Huga Homestead. Good to see you, my friend. How are you doing? And CR. Huga says hi.
Okay. Sorry, I had to let the ad run with volume. Because I know you can mute. It doesn't help if you mute. So that's why I had to let it run. I was like, oh, okay, sorry. It's a 30-second ad. I gotta let it run down right for you, right? So I gotta let that run. Hey, Huga.
Yeah. She got her hay and wood set for the winter, so that's good, Huga. You ready to go?
Hey, Huga. Get it? No, okay. Too early? Too early for those? Yeah, okay.
So you had done a lot of work already, Huga, so that is good. But I guess you have a lot of more work to do before the winter. And we have Hendo 19742 in the house. Welcome, my friend.
Hi.
How are you doing, Hendo? I hope everything is okay with you.
What's you? Hello?
White Zulu, welcome to the stream. Hello from England, everybody. You're very welcome, my friend. I've never seen you here before, so I guess you are a new one. Oh, Lord. I'm going to check and see. You have a couple of videos up, so that's good. And I will check them out later, my friend, after the stream. So, that is good that the weather is nice for you, my friend. Yeah, you should do it when the weather is good. Do I miss anyone? Yeah, almost.
You just did.
Quiet listener.
Hi.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Victoria. How are you doing, by the way?
Hondo, I told them about you. That's what they just said.
Okay, thank you, Hendo, for recommend White Zulu to join. I appreciate that.
Oh, there's LG. LG!
LG, good to see you again, my friend. How are you doing?
Nice to see you again, LG.
Yeah, It's always good to see you.
Yeah, because I see LG around now.
That is awesome, Victoria. It's awesome.
Yay!
17 degrees Celsius in England.
That's about like what 63 Fahrenheit for you guys in the US.
Yeah.
Because 16 Celsius is 60 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so that is pretty warm for this time of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
Really hot. Here we had today, I believe we had about maybe 9 degrees Celsius or something.
Yeah, I had 17 here like last week, but that's done. That's done. I'll be lucky enough to get like above 50, above
At the
10.
moment, we have 2 degrees Celsius.
It's free here. It's 38 here right now. Oh, looks like it's gonna be colder on Tuesday.
And guys, for you who don't are new here, that is creative redundancy on my side as a co-host, and I'm ShadowScoutSwede. So,
well, yeah, I'm in the side chat.
yeah.
See, hi. But just in case, if you're just listening, I keep forgetting some people are just listening. Some people do listen to streams like radio, or they're working at the back. So yeah, I get it.
Yeah, we have 6 in the house. So, CR, what do you say? Shall we get to the topic?
Well, personally, I would like to get into it. Oh, because we're talking about personalities and psychology.
Personalities in the psychology is the topic for today's stream. So,
all right, let's get personal here. Okay.
what I mean with personalities and the psychology is how people react in crisis. Some people get panicked, some people freeze and can't do anything. Some
yeah,
just sit in a corner and do anything. Some
I
are
mean,
in the corner and
I was gonna say, Shadow, like that
impeding with the
whole
feet.
thing that people hear about, the flight or fight response or the freeze
Yeah,
response, that kind of stuff.
and some get panicked
It's
because they don't
understandable,
have.
and it different. It can be different depending on the situation. I mean, like if it's very very personal, if it's affected you directly, like a loved one, yeah, where normally if it was a friend or someone, a total stranger, it'd be different compared to like a loved one, a child, you know, grandparent, your mom, your dad, your son, daughter, whatever, right? Totally
Yeah,
different. It's totally different. So anyone can go through it too. Any one of those, no matter how trained you are, because hopefully you would snap yourself out of it and just kind of be
yeah.
like, okay, I get to do
We
something.
have Guardian in the house.
GP.
Good to see you, GP. You want to join us up here, my friend?
I mean, we'll give you like 5 minutes to set up your waiting.
Yeah, we gave Guardian 5 minutes.
Yeah, he has to set up his waiting. All right.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's like, let me put some blush on, so there's no glare from the lighting off my nice cheeks. Let me make sure my cheekbones are nice. Okay, hold on,
Yeah,
Sia.
JP says he will be up soon, so that's good.
Hi, Olivia. Oh,
Oliva
sorry, Oliva.
Sofia, good to see you. And she says hi to you too, CR.
Yes. Remember, I have the side chat open so I see everything now.
Yeah, but
Anyways, let's
that is
continue
the
on. Continue
yeah.
on.
Thank you, Oliva, for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. But anyway,
Yeah, I mean, anyone can go through it. All right, anyone can go through any of those experiences. I mean, stages or experience. Well, you know what I mean.
yeah, and some people are in shock, so
All right, and sometimes, depending on what's going on, sometimes avoiding confrontation is better. I say sometimes. It really does depend on what's going on and the nature of the event or situation. You know, sometimes it's better to fight, run. Sometimes it is better to do that. Then other times it's better to not do that.
hey Tammy, good to see you. And
Hi,
yes,
Tammy.
Oliva, I'm feeling just fine.
Like you said, it depends, right? So,
Yeah, it depends on the situation. Um,
I mean, let's just say something like an active shooters type of situation. That's not the time to freeze, probably. But that might be a time for a flight response.
Mommy, three kids. Good to see you, man.
Hello. So yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation. So
Yeah, but we have another problem as well. We have those who are psychopaths, sociopaths, narcissistic personalities. Um, these guys can be a problem because they are unpredictable,
mm.
and they will be a huge problem
Well, elaborate
because
more.
yeah. Hey, Timmy says, good to see you. How are you doing, Timmy? By the way. Um, you're just listening to politicians, Swede. Oh, yeah, the politicians don't do much these days. But anyway, there are a lot of things you need to consider. I'm doing good, sis. So, those who have, I mentioned just those three narcissistic sociopaths and psychopaths. Um, because their temper is pretty unpredictable. So, but psychopaths are really hard to spot for one reason: they are charming, manipulative, and they do care only about themselves. So, if they get into a situation like a major crisis, well, a psychopath would probably handle it pretty good because they like stressful situations. They work best under pressure, and that can make them even more dangerous.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Shadow.
Ah,
Hello. Yeah.
hey, Guardian.
Good to see you.
Woohoo! He's here. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wow, that lighting really brings out your eyes, man.
Okay, Tammy, no
I
problem.
apologize. I just had to mute my YouTube for a second there. Sorry about the reverb and everything like that.
Ah, no problem. Hey, Ann, Pinay Vlog 14, good to see you.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a strange time for me to join as you're speaking about psychopaths and sociopaths. I think one of the interesting, just to add on to what you're saying, one of the most interesting things about the whole sociopathic thing is that there's a lot of sociopaths that are currently in higher powers within positions of power throughout the business world as well. There's a statistic that comes up where it's something like, I think it's more than 50% of CEOs have certain psychopathic tendencies to a degree, or I think it's sociopathic, yes. More than 50% of CEOs have sociopathic tendencies for certain reasons. It actually tends to be, the higher ranks of positions of power as well tend to lean themselves towards people with those type of problems psychologically. And I think that there's a lot of people on various levels of that too. But everybody, good to see you, and hello to Side Chat. Good to see you, and everybody as well that's here this evening.
Yeah, but no matter what, they can be a huge problem in a crisis, major crisis.
Yeah, of course.
So, because they handle the situation, probably a psychopath handle it much better than those who are not psychopaths.
Do you know how to
Because they
tell?
like stressful.
Do you know what the kind of telltale signs are when it comes to people that are sociopathic or psychopathic and that type of thing? Do you know how you'd kind of, because the thing is, it's easy to kind of label somebody as one of those titles, right? But how would you really know? Do you have any way of kind of defining somebody in a group setting about how to pick out who would be more leaning towards those tendencies?
I have studied psychology for at least 1.5, 2 years.
Lovely.
So psychopaths, I know a little bit about psychopaths, and I know narcissistic personalities too, and I also know sociopaths. So, so people react different. Some get panicked, some will freeze and don't do anything, and some just sit there and just stare on the wall and don't do anything. So, and you don't know how to react before you get into a situation like that.
Yes.
You don't know how to react. CEO doesn't know how to react. I don't know how I will react. I think I might handle it pretty good, but I can't tell before I am there. So.
Yeah, that's you see. The thing is, I was watching something recently as well, where sorry to interrupt myself, but hello by the way, LG. It's good to see you, and mommy 3 kids as well. Hey there, and hello to everybody in the side chat anyway. Tammy too. But yeah, I think that it comes down to just CR letting us dig ourselves into a grave of a
I'm letting you guys do all the talking.
It's fine. Give me 1 minute real quick though.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Go ahead, CR.
No. Remember, I do all the talking every Saturday, so you guys gotta like. I gotta reserve my voice.
I know, but don't leave Shadow hanging. Like this is actually, I'll tell you something. I really enjoy this conversation, specifically regarding the mind and like the human mind and psychology and the way that people work as well. And
Hey, Pankai, good to see
in
you.
emergency, there's just so much like in emergency situations that this topic in general, psychology plays such an imperative part when it comes to any sort of emergency scenario, because quite often that's one of the most important aspects of anything when it comes to how you handle a situation. Do you have the willpower to kind of, move forward? Do you have the ability to remain calm, even in those stressful situations? Which is where, as you mentioned, Shadow, 100%, there are certain tendencies of certain psychological defects that can actually be of great contributing aspects in those type of scenarios where people are all panicking, because sometimes people have just seen so much that they just are so desensitized to things as well, where they'll be able to kind of be there. But the thing is, everybody says that they're going to stand up to the bank robbers, right? And then when the bank robbers come, everybody's lying on the ground. So you must remember that too. Like, we all think we're going to be the hero.
It depends on the situation. I mean, like, you can say that, but your wife's with you, your mom's with you, or whatever. It's gonna change the situation, change the dynamics, because it's not just you there. I mean, if you're there alone in the bank, yeah, that's one thing. But you got your kids with you. It's totally not gonna change everything.
Yeah, perfect. Brilliant way to like bring that into it as well, because you can't always say like, across the board that every scenario is going to be the same. And it is brilliant to look at. That's why analyzing and overanalyzing certain things can be very good. I just want to say to Pank as well, thank you for greeting me, and I'm doing very well. And actually, I'm very well. I'm doing well physically. I'm doing quite well within my career. My friendships, as you can see, with Shadow and CR, I got some good friends. So quality people around me, and that's what's important. And I've got a family. And I come from humble beginnings. So to be here where I am today in my life is amazing. So I know that when people say, hey, how are you doing? It's kind of like they expect you to kind of say, hey, I'm doing all right. You know what I mean? But I'm truly good and in a very good place, because life hasn't always been savage. Yeah, I'm grateful for the things in my life, and I'm happy.
Good to see you, B Savage. I hope you are doing okay too.
I need 2 minutes, CR. Just carry the conversation for 2 minutes, and then I'll carry on rambling, I promise.
You're expert on that. Rambling expert.
I know, but the funny thing is that my late grandmother, she really did call herself Jet Ramblings as her author name. So that's why I still have like Jet Ramblings videos on my channel, because I think rambling can be a good thing sometimes. It's got a bad connotation to it, but having a good old chat and a good old chat to it, because there's a difference between saying a lot and saying a lot of nothing compared to saying things sometimes and, just having a general catch-up.
Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Bob. What's up, man? Okay, I'm seriously going to be right back. CR, stop it now. Keep the conversation going, brother.
Oh, okay. I'll start by saying hi, Bob, first. I mean, actually, you could say that comment, from LG,
Yeah, and LG says, I think that freeze reaction is frequently forgotten about that, and that the only way you can get close to knowing how you will respond in a situation is if you practice and train yourself. Exactly.
Well, just to add to that, you don't get that kind of seriousness. I mean, like, you can only get so close to a real life situation, right? In practice or in training. Because you don't have that kind of the natural fear response.
Good morning, RG, Arizona Homestead. Good to see you, my friend. I'm doing good.
Yes, CR is right on the money when it comes to that. I think that there's
wait. I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
I agreed with you, CR. I said, okay, so
I almost got him to say it.
So the reason why as well is because it's just, a lot of the scenarios that happen to people. It's possible to have training and to kind of have training for certain scenarios that are high volume of stress, such as people that are in high stress volume jobs. Certain careers are way higher stress than others, such as some of your military men as well, some military men and women, some of your protective and emergency services. Some of those people deal with high stress situations on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, in scenarios such as SHTF scenarios as well, they'd usually be a lot better to be able to remain calm and handle themselves. Hello, Bob.
Hey,
Good to meet
Bob.
you.
Hello.
Good to see you
Hello,
again.
Bob.
I think you have a lot to contribute to this topic, my friend.
What's the topic today? I only heard a moment.
Personalities, the psychology, and how people react in crisis differently.
Oh, boy, yeah,
And
you never know.
you should know a lot about that, Bob.
I do, yeah.
So you can contribute a lot to this topic.
Yeah. Well, I can comment about my own personality is I don't scare easily. I tend to react later after the event is over. That's me. But I've been in situations where one example is when I was in the Air Force and my best buddy TJ, he and I were underneath an F-16 while it's running, doing ops checks, and TJ heard something unusual, and he, I was kind of off to his right, waiting for my turn to get underneath the engine while the aircraft is running, and he heard something unusual, and he took off just like an instant. And I saw him, and I responded to his reaction, and come to find out it was really nothing. But this shows you the difference, because if he hadn't have run, I would have just done my normal job. But for me, I usually don't react that fast as he did. You never know how people are going to react in a stressful situation. You just don't know until something happens.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Victoria, good to see you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think everybody who has a psychological issue, a mental illness, whatever you want to call it, do you think it's visible and prevalent in everybody that has mental illness? Or
May I ask your question? May I answer your question with a question?
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Who does that? Oh, yeah.
Do you think that it always has a very significant impact on the way that they treat other people at all times? Or do you think that there's ways to curb certain psychological defects, if you want to call them that?
Depends on the situation.
That's a brilliant answer. And I think that there might be a couple of people that would like to answer what you just asked as well. Brilliantly asked question. I really like that you posed that.
Hey, Sean Tuber, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Bob, do you have a comment on that?
I would say some people can't resist showing their mental illness because of the severity of it. And there's others who it just doesn't show at all until the right thing triggers them. The right situation triggers them. So that's very difficult to be able to spot someone with a mental illness. It's very difficult for the layman,
It's a hidden illness a lot of the time.
It is, yeah.
I know personally the differences in different psychological issues with people. I grew up with it in my own family, and so sometimes I appreciate your answer, Bob, because sometimes it's obvious, but then other times it's not so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
It takes something traumatic, usually, to trigger the not so obvious. It takes something that triggers that illness for you to out and out notice it. So I do.
you wonder if not all of us have, like, I think that, if I don't know, would you agree that most people seem to have a certain level of some sort of something, if you know what I mean? Like, don't you think that we're all a little bit crazy to a degree? Like that we've all got,
I
you know
agree.
what I mean? Like that there's a certain level of craziness to every one of us.
Yeah, crazy like a fox.
Mhm.
Craziness is when, say for instance, if somebody sees things. Now there are people that see things or hear things and they don't have it to realize that that is just their psychological illness causing it. But then there is other people who might have that same experience of seeing things and hearing things, but they have the capacity to acknowledge, okay, that's not real. And so I'm moving on. So I think there, like Bob was saying, there's different levels and there is so many differences in psychological illnesses that sometimes the person is. Like when you see a person walking down the street and they're very animated with their movements and they're out and out talking as they're walking as if they're talking to somebody. That's an obvious illness.
Yes.
Then
Yes.
there's other people who, as I said, will see and hear things or get think that people don't like them, different psychological things like that, and they don't speak about it, but they're going through those emotions, and those are the ones that you don't recognize that they have these illnesses. So
I can give you an example of what I've noticed when I was working for Boeing was, okay, I have seasonal depression. I don't get it every year. Just sometimes I do. And I know what it is. I recognize it. I deal with it and move on. And an example is I had a coworker, a lady, who was triggered because Boeing is an aircraft manufacturing company. It's enormous. And all of our parts come in cardboard boxes. And the thing that triggered her to where she had to be taken to medical and be given a leave of absence was that we have large 5 foot by 5 foot bins for scrap wire, for cardboard, and other 5 foot by 5 foot bins for trash. Someone had thrown some cardboard boxes into the trash bin, and that triggered her. She went into a meltdown. Oh,
yeah.
and now someone like that in an emergency situation, oh boy, I hope you're not counting on them.
Well, I have kind of the same trigger. It's like I don't know what it's called. There's a name for it, but everything has its place, and there's a place for everything. My refrigerator is set up a certain way. Drinks on one shelf and foods on one shelf and breads and different things of that type on another shelf.
I see.
My husband constantly takes something from one shelf and it puts it on the wrong shelf. Now, I don't verbally jump on him about it, but it does irritate me to no end when things are put in the wrong place. It's like I want to tell him, you got it from one place. You know where you got it from. Put it back in that one place. So I told him one time, I said, think of it this way. If I went blind, I know where everything is in that fridge. Now, when you move it to somewhere else and I was blind, I wouldn't be able to know what I was grabbing because it wouldn't be in the right place.
So I think that, yeah. So I just wanted to just for a second, I just wanted to add a thought there. I think that obviously the term gets overused all the time, but obsessive compulsive disorder, which is obviously OCD, is something that is kind of with the perfectionists and that type of thing. It can be something that, maybe you have a mild case of or something like that as well. But it's I would also recommend to people with situations such as that, and I can speak to myself when I say this too, but we should try and not let the small things bother us too much. But you have a good point, because what happens if you had to turn blind, if you had to go blind, for example, or something like that, you would know where everything is. And it just is it's almost like we are also, as human beings, we're not always very comfortable with change. So sometimes things
True.
being in a certain place can actually add a bit of comfort to us. Like when we know where the peanut butter is going to be, for example, like even something as simple as that, like it adds us comfort and gives us a bit of security in a world that's extremely insecure in a lot of ways, in a world that's really chaotic. And it really is. The age of information makes us on psychological levels, which this topic's about, really like, unstable sometimes. And it comes across as everybody. Hello, preparedness veteran. Good to see you, by the way.
I'm glad that you came up with the OCD, because I could not remember what it was called, but I have that very badly. It's like I do certain things that seems kind of strange, even to me. It's like when you're walking and you're crossing the crosswalk, you got to push the button. Well, I have to push that button 7 times. And I count to make sure I pushed it exactly 7 times. And that's every single time. I don't know why I do that. It's just what I do it. And when I lock the door, sometimes, it's not all the time, but sometimes I check that door 2, maybe 3 times to make sure I've locked that door. So, it's a hard thing to deal with, sometimes even to the person that's doing it.
No problem, TJ.
I just wanted to ask you if you thought that
Thanks for stopping by, TJ.
that mental illness was obvious, or
Yes.
and
No,
so
the points are brilliant, and we really appreciate the input though. Like, this is excellent points that you're bringing in, and I mean it when I say that. That's brilliant. Continue. Sorry.
oh, I'm okay. I'm done. I'm gonna go back down and quietly listen in the chat. Shadow.
Please stay up if you'd like to. Feel absolutely free to stay up a bit longer, because it's been really great having a conversation with you. And I think that you've got a lot of input into this specific topic as well. And that's something that we should cherish. And I know that I don't only speak for myself, but I also speak for the comment section when I say that somebody who's got insight is great.
And B Savage, good to see you all here. Yeah.
Well, I'll be totally honest. I am manic depressive, and I my entire life, not constantly, but just every now and again, for no apparent reason, I will see things out the corner of my eye, or I will hear things. And I've talked to priests, I've talked to all kinds of people, and you would not know the variations of explanations people can give you depending on who you're going to. Such as when I went to a priest about hearing things, he said it's not necessary, that it's my imagination, and he left it at that. And so but yet then psychological therapists, their answer to it is, let's put you on a medication.
That's how it is here in the States.
I'm totally against any kind of medications. I've never, when I was young and naive, I would try whatever they would give to me to try to help me through issues. It made me worse. It truly was. It didn't work for me. All these different medications, I don't know, one, lithium.
True B.
That statement, the lithium shuffle, is factual. It makes you where you just don't wake up, and you are literally shuffling your feet, your head hangs, and that's how it affected me. Another medication, and I can't remember what it was on. I am completely not violent in any sense of the word, But they put me on a medication when I was younger, and I went ballistic. Every little thing made me angry, and I started throwing things and breaking things and went absolutely crazy. So, of course, I ended that one immediately. Then they put me on Prozac, and I was on Prozac worked for, I'm thinking about a year or more, maybe more than a year, and I became super suicidal. And I literally started seeing things and hearing things because of that medication. So this is why I won't take medications. I work through it by thinking about what's going on. Like if I'm having a panic and anxiety, I'll look around me and go, well, what situation am I in right now? And I need to remove myself from the situation. Like I can't be in crowds. It makes me very uncomfortable. You know, I start having panic, anxiety attacks when I'm in a crowd of too many people. And I will remove myself. You know, some people are different than others. Not everybody is the same.
I wonder, let me ask the panel a question like this. You know, I told you about that lady who went completely dysfunctional because of cardboard in the trash bin. I wonder what the percentage of people, if we'll say, like right now in my area, if Mount Rainier exploded and we have to run for our lives to get to high ground. If that happened to run right now, I wonder what the percentage of people who would not make it because they would not be able to put one foot in front of the other just to stay alive. Because that lady, if she had a meltdown over cardboard in the garbage can, she would be one of them who would not make it. She like what she did on the job site. She went into a panic attack and was dysfunctional. I think there would be I don't know what the percentage is. Does anyone know any numbers about that?
Google.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not working. But let's see. Yeah. Ask this thing and see what it'll tell you.
Oh.
Echo. Go ahead, ask it.
What is the percentage of people who would not make it through a dangerous situation? Yeah, I think you could be right.
What is the percentage of people that would not make it through a dangerous situation?
From P.com. Accordingly, the most dangerous phenomenon is lightning. It affected 86 persons.
Echo, stop. It didn't answer correctly.
Well,
I'm shocked.
I think people who would make it are the people that are in, like the first responders, healthcare workers, law enforcement, firefighters. They are used to it. They have these things happen to them every day, and they still go back to work the next day. But I think there would be a lot of folks who wouldn't be able to make it from like where I live to a nearest hillside.
Yeah. Hey, if that mountain goes, a lot of people are in danger because it's going to cause tremors and it's going to cause tidal waves and
the lahar coming off of all those glaciers and all that snow melting all at once.
Right.
Just like
Clubhouse. Good to see you, brother.
Like St. Helens when it popped.
I was here when that happened.
Yeah, I was here, and fortunately they were able to diagnose that it's going to erupt. But if something happened suddenly, I think there'd be an awful lot of people who just wouldn't make it.
So I just want to, I definitely think that I just want to add an answer to your question, Bob. And I think it's a very good question to ask. That I think there are a couple of, parameters that one would need to include into a question like that as well. Like, for example, how populated is a city that people are trying to get out of? Because the thing is, whenever it comes to a emergency scenario, and we've seen it multiple ways throughout the past, I love this statement that the best way of kind of determining the future is by kind of studying and understanding what's happened in the past, right?
In the past, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why preparedness is important, because a lot of the time throughout history, if people were more prepared, they would have been able to survive. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. So it comes down to, getting back to what your question that you raised was, it really comes down to the way that cities are populated. And then the reason why I say that, primarily as well, is quite often traffic jams. When situations like this occur, traffic jams are such a big important thing as well. Sure, one can say easily that you'd be able to, get out of the city, and you'd be able to kind of welcome to the channel as well as a member, Tammy. It's great that you joined us, and I know that Shadow absolutely appreciates you being a part of the channel as well as one of the members. So just to close off what I wanted to say.
Yeah, she renewed it.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. That still means that you're part of the family. That's always good. So I think that, when it comes down to just the way that people have accidents as well, and because during chaotic scenarios, people are usually so much more, stressed and concerned as well, which makes them, act out and really do foolish mistakes. And the thing is that within my career, what I specialize in is within the alertness field. So essentially within health and safety is one of the biggest, is what I really do for my career. And that's all I can really give of the information. But I will say that I specialize in what happens when people are not paying attention. And there are so many contributing factors to this as well, just on the outside, such as dehydration, such as family stress, exhaustion, side effects of medication, things that pre-existing conditions as well. There are so many more assets to this as well that come into the conclusion and come into the mix when it comes to this. That to answer your question like as well as I possibly could in percentage-wise, I would definitely say yes, brilliantly. Look, preparedness veteran, Shadow brought up brilliant. Shadow, do you want to read out what preparedness veteran said there?
The window of evacuation to get out of an area will swiftly jam up pretty quickly.
Yes, it will.
Yes, absolutely. That is the best answer right there.
Somebody was saying the elderly that would be that can't walk, that are disabled to the point of not being, they would be in danger of being able to get anywhere if everything hit the fan. And this is true. Most people who I think would pass away from bad things would be elderly and young, because they don't have the capabilities to get out of the way of a bad situation.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they're disabled. There's people that are stuck in their homes on machines. I mean, there's a lot of scenarios to cause a lot of people to not be able to do anything about it.
Yes.
Kiss your loved one, say I love you, and say goodbye. So now all you're going to be able to do. Hey, I'm disabled. I've got degenerative arthritis, and I can walk, yes, but I can't walk far. It takes me quite a few stops, sitting down and taking a break, and then going again just to get a short distance.
I think another thing to consider or think about is any emergency situation, all right, whatever it might be, where you have to escape and evade to get away from any threat, is the psychological effects of your family and the people who are nearby you afterward. That's when a lot of people would be heavily triggered and collapse and go into panic attacks. That could be dangerous, because it could be one of your loved ones who made it out of the danger zone, and now they're a pool, just a mess.
Yeah, that's you're caught in the headlights.
Like that, yeah. After the danger is over, but may become dysfunctional, and they would probably, there's going to be a percentage of people who would need physical assistance. You'd have to carry them more or less to get them to food and shelter. That's something to consider or think about. But that's why I made that bug out cart full of our provisions just for Mount Rainier, because my thoughts are there's only a few escape routes to get away from a volcanic eruption. And there's bound to be at least one driver out there who's going to go into a panic attack and jam up traffic. And I think that's when, if something like that happens, I'm the kind of guy who will open that car door, throw them out of the car, or move them over, get the car off the road, and clear the way. I will do that, you know. But
I could see you doing that, Bob.
I could. I've done things like that before. You bet.
I mean, you'd be doing it for the greater good. Sorry.
Correct. That's correct.
Right? I mean, you don't want to, but it'd be like, you know what? If we don't do something, none of us are gonna like.
Yeah, that's right.
Have a less chance of making it out, right? So it's just
correct.
You know, sorry, person, but I don't want to do this to you guys. It's a judgment call. You would have to make that judgment call, right? Or something would be like, oh, I'm just gonna wait. Wow.
You said you worked for Boeing's, Bob.
Yeah.
I worked in, well, it's no longer open, but back when I was 17 or 18, I worked in Southgate, California, in an airplane factory. And the part of the plane that I made was the bars for the seats. So,
right on.
Yeah. I didn't stay with that job because I got pregnant. But yeah, so I enjoyed that job. It was one of my favorite jobs. It was making the airplane parts. But I also know how flimsy those bars are. They're not that strong.
That's why it's hard for me to sleep flying internationally. Everybody else is sound asleep, and I know every inch of those airplanes.
Yeah.
I know every inch of them
and what they're made of. I mean, those bars are no thicker than most aluminum bicycles.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think that irrespective of how like strong the bars would be, right? Realistically, I think that this is also in potentially what they were thinking through the design process to this is that regardless of how thick the bars would be, in a scenario such as a plane crash, realistically, I don't think a safety belt in any way is going to help somebody. Like that's the truth. Also, I wanted to mention something.
Airplane accidents, and you see how the seats come free from the plane, and people are like flying out the plane because the bars didn't hold. Well, there you go. It's like I said, they're not made.
Well, there's considerations in any aviation part. One, it must be exactly weight is a big consideration. The strength enough to do the job, and fire resistance. So every single part that goes on an airplane has to meet those three considerations before it gets approved. And a guy like me who puts it in, who installs it or repairs it, you know. Yeah. So that's probably why they were only strong enough for someone to hold on to, you know, during a rough landing, you know.
Oh, I'm talking the L-shaped bars that go to mount to the floor and then come up the back of the seat. And the
yeah. That goes into the seat tracks. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've handled a million of those.
Yeah, they're not that safe looking to me, but you know, they're not meant to sustain a crash. They're meant to sustain a flight. So
well, there's a difference. I mean, like something like steel is like gonna be more durable and handle more, but it's heavier. So
yeah,
they're gonna make compromises. You can build a plane out of steel, but you're probably not gonna get off the ground. So.
By the way, can I pitch something about my channel that's changed? Shadow?
Yeah, sure.
My channel is now, okay, I do my prayer book, I do my flute playing, and I do my storytelling. But it is now more about, remember show and tell when you was in school? You'd get something that was your favorite toy and you'd take it up to the front of the class and you'd show it off and tell about it. guys remember that?
Oh, show and tell.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember that from kindergarten. Yeah.
Right. So that's what my channel is now, is people can come in and come up on the panel and show your favorite things and tell about it, talk about it, and what made me come to that decision is I had a gentleman come up on my panel and he collected crystals and rocks. And so he spent a good, I don't know, a little more than 5 minutes showing all of his crystals and rocks and telling us what they was. And so I decided, hey, that was pretty cool. And so now if you guys are interested in that, that's what I do.
Okay.
On my Friday night lives is I do show and tell. So you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
What made me think of it is the gentleman was showing his what movie is that thing from that you were just showing? I should know that movie, but my mind is blank. Star Wars?
Very close. Very, very close though. Yeah, it's just a recent hobby that I started in the last couple of months. Because we get major power outages, I always look for alternative things to do during power outages as well. And I've always been a bit of an artsy type of person as well, and I enjoy being creative. I've always, that's maybe why creative redundancy and I get along so well.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy now. Keep talking, Kiki.
So it wasn't Star Wars.
So yes, it's similar. It's from the Warhammer universe, which is pretty close, and it's very nerdy. Like it's ultra nerdy, actually. Like
nothing wrong with that.
Cool. I like Star Wars and
No, it's because with the power outages as well. My daughter and I are also busy working on painting a model ship at the moment. So one of the sail ships. It's actually called a Cutty Sark. That's the type of ship that it is, and it's one of the last ships that they created that was able to be sailed, that has sailed as well. So it's something that I can, spend time with the family and painting miniatures. There's so much chaos going on in the world that sometimes just doing something that's relaxing where, I'm not thinking about things that are anxiety or depressive or anything like that.
That's just how I am about my flute playing. My flute playing does that for me.
Yes, that's brilliant.
Victoria, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What time is your show on Fridays?
7 o'clock.
PM?
Yes.
Okay. What's the time zone?
Pacific time.
Okay. Thank you.
I also do one on Sunday, but on that one, I don't socialize. I am simply playing my music, and you see the fireplace. It's focused on the fireplace. I play my music and I read a story. Right now, I'm in a story called 1,000 White Women, which is very misleading because it isn't exactly 1,000 white women. It's women of all nationalities. And so I do that one on Sunday, and I just let everybody talk amongst themselves in the chat on that one.
Okay, I got something to bring up. And B Savage is asking me if you can drop a link in there for a channel link or something along the lines of that. So just to add in something about keeping busy, right? Cabin fever is a thing, right? It's a thing. It changes you, right? Because it's just like that stark craziness. Yeah, you see it in the movies and media and stuff like that. It changes who you are. That's why having things you can do, let's say during a power outage, extended power outage that doesn't require electricity, can keep you sane, keep you focused on doing something, right? Because you don't want to just sit there and just, I don't know what to do. Because you'll be like, I don't know what to do. Then the next, the next 5 minutes, I don't know what to do. Then,
Nice.
Good topic, CR. Cabin fever. I'm experiencing some similar to that. Recovering from cabin fever right now, because you guys know how dangerous the last place was that we lived. And I constantly had to be on guard. I had to have the door open and having my eyes outside watching constantly. And here I am back, and I haven't recovered from that yet completely, because I've got my garage door open right in front of me right now. I don't need to. This is a much safer place, but old habits die hard. You know, I explained a little bit about that to some of my neighbors when I first met them. I said, I usually keep the door open and watching, but it's going to take me some time to get over that. Some of the neighbors were understanding, could understand it. Some of them didn't even hear it. They're just like, I have a greener lawn than yours. Like, oh, geez. Okay,
I
whatever.
understand cabin fever when you don't drive. I've never had a license in my life, and I don't drive a car. So I've always rode a bike. That was my mode of transportation. But because my degenerative arthritis has gotten so much worse through the years, I've had it since I was a child in grade school. And I was doing awesome until about 3 years ago. And now they want me to fuse my spine. And I don't want to do that. I have a thing I say always is, this too shall pass. Whenever I'm in pain or I'm going through something, I say, this too shall pass.
I've had a
Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
I've had it rough the last few years, because 2 years ago I had cancer and surgery and the medication, recovering, all that stuff. And then we got the sickness that went through here. So for 2 years, I was basically almost a shut-in and the dangerous people outside. So I'm mentally recovering from it now, and it's going to take time.
Right.
That goes along with what CR said about cabin fever. It is real. It is true. It affects your whole body. And now that I'm getting out of that whole situation, I started exercising regularly, and now I've got my own backyard to putter around in and stuff. But it's going to take time to get myself back to where I was 10 years ago.
Right. Yes, yeah. And when you're dependent on other people to be able to get out and about, it's really hard to not have that independence and be able, when you got that feeling of, I just got to get out, I got to get out.
Yeah.
You have no way to get out. It can be quite hard. So I'm saving. I'm saving every penny I can possibly save with my little check, because I have a dream of one day getting one of those enclosed mobility scooters. I have a favorite one that I found on the internet that is my biggest dream. It's called an EG mobility scooter, and it looks like a little car. It's awesome. It has heater. It has an air conditioner. So it's not like a bicycle when you can only get out when the weather is right. You could actually get into this little EG and get out in increment weather too. So
hi, Bolt.
Yeah.
Bolt John.
Hey, Balut. Hey, Balut John.
Oh, Balut.
But all right, you guys, I am going to drop down in the chat and quietly listen now. You guys have a good day. God bless. Stay safe and stay awesome.
Good to hear from you.
I'm going to have to go soon. Also, I've got to go get another load of stuff from the old house and bring it over. At least my son was home today, and he helped me with some of the heavier things, but there's more to be done. But he's off work tomorrow, so I'm going to use his muscles.
Might as well.
Yeah, well, he's got a whole big weight set, and he's upstairs pumping iron all the time. And it's like, this morning I had him help me carry something up to my bedroom, and then 2 strong boxes. I said, yeah, and these 2 strong boxes, I got them from the old house, then put them in the living room floor. And I said, use your muscles, kid. God, he picked those things up like it was nothing, like it was paper, up the stairs. I'm gonna have to go too, guys. I'm gonna get over there and get a little more stuff done. I'll probably
Sure.
be back.
Everyone just leaves me now with a
Yeah,
static
yeah.
mic.
Yeah. No, your mic's good now. So
Yeah.
peace to everyone. Good. God bless.
See you
God
around,
bless.
Bob.
Bye bye.
What happened to Guardian?
I don't know. It's just like everyone just left me. It's like, remember, guys, my mic's not that great, so I don't want to just leave them like this.
See, I need to take a bathroom break a little bit quick.
30 seconds. Wait, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
45 seconds. I can count
30,
it.
30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, I do have something to bring up, by the way, but I'll wait for him to come back first. Oh, and by the way, you gotta tell me about the audio, because I can't hear myself. Well, I can hear myself, but I can't hear myself through the device. Hi. Take care, B Savage. Hello. Finally. For once. For once. Wait for it, everyone. Wait for it. He'll be back in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's putting on the headphones. He can hear me now.
Back.
Welcome back. See, he's already back. See.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some people joining. B Savage had to slip out too.
There, Guardian back. Sol and Max, good to see you, and welcome to the stream, my friend.
Guardian just wanted to hear me talk. He's like, if I disappear, then Sierra's got to do all the talking.
No, I just felt bad leaving you guys like that. It wasn't very kind of me. And I'll hang around for a bit.
Oh yeah, whatever then. Whatever then. You planned it. You planned it. He planned it. But yeah. See, I wanted to bring something up, but you guys were all talking. I swear the audio better be good. No, I wanted to bring up some real. I think we need to bring up some like real experiences and real stories here to back up what we're saying here about the learning from the past, right? Like look what happened already this year, right? With the hurricanes down in the U.S., right? Look what happened. You guys were talking about the windows of opportunity. Look how small that window of opportunities were, right? Some people had windows of opportunity, but some people that didn't get noticed right away, their window of opportunity is very small. And then you hear about, first responders and people helping the elderly get out, right? Through like headwater and stuff like that. So, yeah. It still exists. It just happened.
A fishes and lows live.
We should invite her in.
Good to see you, my friend.
Very awesome to see you. Hey, by the way, Karen. What's up? I think that, that these topics as well are very interesting, and they're topics that I thoroughly enjoy. It's just, and also the insight from people. And I must say, CR, your mic's really good now. Like, your mic's much better. It's a good thing, well. You're supposed to like say something after that, so it's not like dead silence after I keep quiet. That's okay. So if you ever wonder why I ramble the way that I do so often, it's also because like you guys will keep quiet, right? In most settings, in most like professional scenarios as well, like I really don't like always just ramble and waffle on and stuff like that. But sometimes when I'm saying something and then there'll be a dead space, and then I just feel weird about uncomfortable silences, and I shouldn't. I need to become like comfortable with them, But I just think that life is so short and there's so much to talk about. And
But anyway, shall we get back to the topic?
Yes, please do.
Before we get lost on a sidetrack.
You do that.
But for some reasons, we always get on the sidetrack.
But we do come back to the main points. We try to bring it back to the main points, which is important for the viewers at home, right?
The other thing is the people who suffer from severe paranoia. They will not probably handle a crisis or a major crisis that well. So, and they will trust nobody, not even their own family.
When you say paranoia, what are you talking about me again, Shadow? Is this talking behind my back? Is this? I'm just showing you a quick example of paranoia. Sorry, I'm just making a joke of it. Yeah, but it's true. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So, a paranoid person who suffers from a real severe paranoia, I believe they can get in a crisis they have probably a tendency to get aggressive towards anybody. And if they have weapons and things like that, they can be a little bit too trigger happy, I guess. So they will be a problem because they can't handle the situation.
So Balut said something there. I just want to address that for a second. So Balut John said, people like themselves. This is sometimes the case. However, I will say that there's some of us that absolutely love it when people are different from them. I can guarantee, I do not like other people that are similar to me. Like in a lot of different ways. I'm South African. We have so many different types of people here. You won't even believe it. And I love different types of people. I don't want to be around people that are similar to me, whether it becomes culture, ethnicity, religion, whatever the case is. I like different types of people. So I think that a lot of people do. You've got a very good point there. But there are some of us absolutely. I don't mean to say there's exceptions to every rule, because you can say that to pretty much any statement. But I'm being serious when I say that I think that as time progresses forward, more people enjoy other people from different walks of life. It's interesting. It makes life fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think for regular guys like us, I think prepare mentally and prepare for the unexpected mentally on a psychological way. And I think that is a good start, a good beginning. Because if you're prepared mentally, you can handle situations better in combination with proper training. And preparedness veteran, yeah, I agree with you about that one. It's hard to tell. Yeah, Balut, I agree. There is difference between healthy and unhealthy paranoia. And what I mean talking about was the unhealthy one. So every human is a bit paranoid because we have to be. And that is the healthy one. Healthy version of it. So I don't know how much Guardian or CR agrees with me, but
Indeed. I'll just say that. Oh, wait, because I just said that in the chat.
Yeah, I noticed.
like I said earlier in the chat, when you're less prepared, you have less to work with, and you're more prone to panicking or not knowing what to
Yeah.
do because you don't have EXP, like experience, skills, knowledge to in that situation. So you don't know, right? When you don't know, which means that you may start to fear. Well, I shouldn't say fear, but panic, or I don't know what to do. I've never gone for this. Hence why preparedness is more than just gear, right? It's the experiences. So when you come to that experience, again, in the real world, you have some experience about it. So you can rely on training, as they say, right? Things that, hey, this is the way it needs to be done, kind of deal,
So
right?
yes,
It's
exactly.
like knowing CPR beforehand, right? And not
Yeah.
just standing there, for example.
Well, it also becomes practicing certain things there's a reason why people keep training and keep training fits too. And a lot of it can be pinned down to muscle memory, because the way that obviously doing certain practices like practicing your knots, getting out there, being outdoors, like just even just looking up and researching and that type of thing, and learning new skills, that type of thing, keeping your skills as fresh as possible. And that's why I say muscle memory is such an important part of it, because it's just the repetition of them, of all the different skills, is what makes them kind of just come second nature. And a lot of the time your training will come in hand when it comes to emergency situations when you don't even expect it to come into hand, like remaining calm when there's a scene of an accident and making sure that nobody moves the suspect, well, not the suspect or the victim. Those are crimes. I'm saying like obviously the person that's had the accident. I can't believe I just can't pin the proper name for it right now. Like, just mind blank. Sorry, but you know what I'm saying. Like, it's essentially making sure that your training is kept up to date as much as possible, and that you work on your skills on a day-to-day basis, and that you try and keep as fit as possible.
Yeah.
Just to add in here, I've seen that where usually this person wouldn't panic or something, but because it happened to their loved one, it changed the dynamics of the situation for them.
Yes.
Now, I knew both of all these people, right? But I wasn't like a relative to them, right? So I'm just like, I'm helping them out as like a third party kind of deal. I'm like, because I wasn't panicking. I'm like, okay, let's do these things, right? Yeah.
I agree with A Fishes, actually. Preparing helps with the fear. Do the things you can and focus on what you can actually control, and getting overwhelmed with various scenarios. I agree.
Yes, and that's also why when you begin the preparedness journey, a lot of people will actually face a certain level of anxiety and paranoia and fear, and all of those emotions are actually good in the beginning, because they kind of kick your butt and get you started to like really understand, not just to work on your regular survival skills, as per se, but to actually like start preparing, having food rotation, making sure that you can like filter the difference between our current lifestyles and a SHTF type scenario. So absolutely, you should try and make sure that you can cushion, specifically for other members of your community and of your family, that in a survival situation that they're not going to end up going straight from having what they do in our current lifestyles to pretty much living on bare minimum. Make sure that transition is as gentle as possible. And that's what preparedness is about. And that's why I'm saying from the beginning, it absolutely is something that you'll experience a lot of that anxiety. And then through time. Hello, Idaho Garden Girl. Welcome to the
Garden Girl.
Hi, Vanessa Kitty. You guys forgot about Vanessa Kitty.
Hey, Vanessa.
And hi, Idaho Garden Girl. Sorry.
Good. Thank you for
Hey,
joining.
Vanessa.
But yeah, absolutely. So obviously, once you become a lot more prepared, you have a lot less reason to be stressed. And once you're more comfortable with your skill sets, and once you're so much more comfortable with the outdoors, you really become a lot more just comfortable. And then what happens is you kind of just, when there's bad news and that type of thing, you just get so tired of seeing the same type of media thrown in your face about things to try and make a person be fearful, that you just kind of become almost like aware of it as much as possible, but also just desensitized to it. It doesn't like make you fearful anymore, because you know that no matter what happens, you'd be able to, for the most part, be able to like at least help yourself and your people around you to make sure that you're okay. Goodbye, by the way, fishes. Thank you for joining.
Good to see you again, Vanessa. How are you doing? I hope everything is okay with you. But I agree, to prepare and build up the skill sets, that is a good help. I agree with that. Because skills, that is something you can't lose.
You know, during like the week as well, I'll be quite honest, and it's on these Saturday evening chats and that we have that, you know, just really allow me to just have a platform where we can kind of speak about the things that I think about on a pretty regular basis when it comes to preparedness and survival, and just understanding what to do in these scenarios. And I've learned so much from the various types of people that come onto the panel and that are in the you know, in the chat section as well, in the comment section on the side. Like, it really does help to like learn from people from all different parts of the world, and that's why I spend Saturday evenings over here, and like I just, you know, even with the group that we've got some people that are regulars here, and that's why for me I enjoy coming back, and that's why I enjoy having these chats. And even though it does sometimes seem like a bit of a ramble, the only time that I can ever really speak about a topic which matters to me as much as this does is on these Saturday nights, which is why it does tend to at times seem like a ramble when it's more just me loving the fact that I can speak to people that I enjoy speaking to. So with that, I'm just really saying that I appreciate you all, and I'm very grateful that we have the conversations that we do. And that's all for me for now. I really love this whole group, and I will be back soon, but I just got to go for a bit. I'll probably be back a bit later though. And thank you for everybody. Bye for now.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Take care, Guardian.
I like to hear JP talk. Like I said in the side chat.
Yeah. Yeah, Hendo, we have people from different countries. Yeah, that's nice, and that's the way I like it. So, okay, Guardian, no problem. My wife only needs to see 11 more USA states to see them all. She's been in USA 8 years. Okay, that's a long time. Learning skills helps one not feel helpless in bad situations. I agree, Idaho. In a crisis, the survival reflex is to rapidly ask unverbalized clusters of questions. It's a very complex sequence. Yeah, I agree with you, preparedness veteran. I'm Native American Indian from North Dakota. My parents only talk native in the house to each other. Okay, Balut John. That's cool.
Can I just add something in? Sorry.
Yeah, please do.
Sorry, sometimes I don't know if people can hear me. It's ever since this audio issue, I just like, I have no idea. So if I repeat myself or butt in, it's because I have no idea. Anyways, you know, a lot of people out there, let's say a more vast proportion of people, right? Remember, the preparedness community is a very small niche in the grand population, more or less, right? It's more than just people we see here on YouTube or social media, right? Some people, they just don't show it, right? But they do prepare. And then our words, our people are not like this, right? So, they have that day-to-day life, paycheck to paycheck, maybe a couple days worth of food, right? They don't have the pantry. They've never experienced certain things in their lifetime, right? So when they first experience it, it can be very daunting, right? Almost scary,
And
right?
pretty,
So,
and overwhelming.
yeah, overwhelming too, right? They don't not sure where to start and all that stuff. It's just like if you've never been in a car accident, right, or something like that, or never witnessed it, you have no idea how it's like. Like hearing the sounds of like a crash, right? Like you remember stuff like that. You remember things like that. Or for people that have ever been hit by a vehicle or something like that, like or witness a hit or run, and it's just like and stuff like that, right? Or been in, hey, this is your first hurricane or first storm or first winter storm or on, forest fire, all this sort of stuff, right? It's very scary at first, right? Because it's your first time experiencing it, right? So you're more likely to have that freeze response or one of fight response, right? As we go back to that flight, freeze, or fight response. I gotta remember to say it right. Okay, that's a tongue twister sometimes. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up.
But look, John, why don't your wife like to load up on food storage? I don't get it. That would be common sense.
And eat what you want to eat, right? Store what you want to eat, all right? Whatever it is, rice, beans. If you don't like that, then don't store it. You like pasta more, then go store that. You like spaghetti more, you like store that, right? And just rotate it out, right?
Yeah.
Start with a few days. Okay, let's say not a few days, but a few weeks worth or something, right? Rotate it out every so often, right? And then hopefully in time you build up a supply that increases. So from going from 3 days, now your food supply can stretch out to 3 weeks and maybe a month, 3 months, and then 6 months, and then so forth and so forth. And keep making progress in it, no matter what. And don't look at it like, oh, I gotta do it all right now. It's gotta be perfect. No, that perfect preparedness is just don't look at it like that. Make progress preparedness. I understood too many alliterations there. Okay, I think everyone got the idea of what I was saying. Okay, you take over. Too much alliteration today. Yeah, but I hope that makes sense. I mean, because
it makes sense.
That's things I've learned. Other channels out there say similar things, right? And sometimes you just gotta learn it firsthand, all right? Because everyone remember, preparedness, we all have to start from somewhere, right? Some people are more like, hey, your parents did that or whatever, right? And you may have been born more into that lifestyle, that way of thinking and doing things. But then some other people are like, it happened midlife, they're a kid, when they're older and such, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah.
And I agree with preparedness veteran. The shock factor of traumatic sudden events can be hard to snap out of. Yeah, it can.
I remember
because those has to stick in your memory.
Yeah, it does, right? I remember things too, right? It's just like it's very vivid still, right? It's very vivid. And things like post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a thing. It's a thing, right? Anyone can go for it or have it. Some people can shake certain things off, right? While other people, it takes them longer to shake it off.
Yeah, I agree. And I suffer from PTSD myself. Since I've flipped around with the company car 2011. And that was in December 4th, I believe it was. Yeah. I was alone in the car and flipped over. And it was, well, it was my last route. I was on my last route for the day. And I was alone in the car. And suddenly, I got something. It just turned black in front of my eyes, and the second after it disappeared, I was on the side of the road, and I tried to keep the car on track in the right direction, but I couldn't, so I flipped over. And I felt the car just begin to turn the sideways, and the car flipped over, and I flipped around I don't know how many turns I flipped over, but everything was like, the blocks, and when you play Tetris, it looks like that in front of my eyes. And when the car at least stopped, the airbag went off, and I was it smelled smoke, and I was afraid the car would on fire, but I
That's a
looked in the
common
mirrors.
thing that everyone thinks of, right? It's just like
Yeah.
when something happens like that,
Yeah, and I tried to. I figured
because you have
out.
no idea at that time, right? Because the way that things happen, and I think things like media and movies and TV shows, really address that into your head. That it's just like if something like that happened, you get out of the vehicle, you leave that vehicle, right?
Yeah,
Until you're certain.
And I was thinking that no, the car was not on fire, so that's good.
Yeah.
So I tried to check my legs, feet, if they were okay. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, self-assessment. It's just like, are you in pain or whatever?
And I was totally disoriented, and I just
headache.
Yeah, I got a really hit.
I remember things like adrenaline. If you got adrenaline going through your system, can mask the pain of certain things.
So
right?
I got hit in my head, side of my head, and my leg hurt. And we're still in the seat belt. I still had the seat belt on, and I figured out I need to get out of this, and I tried to release the seat belt so I could release it. So that was good. Otherwise, I had to use my Leatherman to cut myself out free.
Yeah, see, seatbelt cutters. They help people out, right? Because imagine if the vehicle was on fire, you would need that desperately. So yes, so that's something to have like in your visor or in your glove box, or maybe even on the seatbelt itself, right? I mean, I'm a big proponent of having that kind of things because they are gonna help you.
Yeah, but there is more to this story. Okay.
Okay, I'm listening.
So I got I released myself from the seatbelt, so that was okay. And I thought I opened the door on my side, but I couldn't open it. Okay, that was interesting. So I just got on the driver's seat and put my right leg over to the passenger seat and get over to that side. And I tried to open that door, and that door I couldn't open. So I just get out, and I was heading in that direction. But when I checked the car, it was in with a front on that direction, on the opposite direction. So that was odd. I didn't get it how the car could get in opposite. The front of the car could be in the opposite of the direction I went to. So I get out, and I was dizzy and pretty confused, and I had it steep like this, and with these kind of sharp rocks. And I had the lake on my right side or behind me. And there were small trees between me and the lake. So I just began to get up to the road. And I was thinking, I need to call the boss. Okay. So I called the boss, find my phone, and I was worried about if my phone would work or not. But it worked. So I called my boss, and I said I flipped over with the car. And
Yeah, just be honest, right?
Yeah.
Because also you don't have the vehicle, you just don't know one way or another, right? I mean, like,
yeah. So what I did. So did you call? They asked me, did you call the ambulance? No, I don't. I manage. I do just fine.
Yeah, you walked
just a little bit
away,
headache
right?
and things like that.
Yeah, you walked away.
So we called the we called the ambulance for you, and my 3 minutes.
Yeah, like as a precaution.
3 minutes later, the SOS called me and asked me where I was, and I didn't recognize where I was really. So after I know I was about between 2 or 3 kilometers from where my last stop would be. So after a while, so there was a little, you could park, and you had a little bench table with bench and a small little roof over.
Mm-hmm.
So I just sit there and waiting, and I noticed, and it was in December, so it was cold, and I noticed that I didn't had any much. I noticed I had cuts on my hands, and my right hand were stiff because it was cold. My hand, I began to feel cold in my right hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking, hey, why are the ambulance or the fire department would arrive? Because I already know that the fire department will send some firefighters to the accident, because they always do.
Well, yeah, because they still have to clean up the scene anyways, right, off the road and all that stuff.
Exactly.
Anyways. They still have to do that anyways, so it's part of it.
So I was I was thinking, no, I can't wait anymore. I was beginning to freeze. I felt, and I can't wait anymore. So I thought that I go over to the other side of the road, the opposite side, and get some wood and try to may start a fire and sit at this
Try
on
to
the
be
other side.
proactive, right? Try to be
Yeah.
proactive in
So
this
I
situation.
was thinking that, and then I need to get something. But
Was
when
there
I was
there was snow on the ground, right?
no, no, not at the time.
Okay,
It
but it
was
was cold.
black.
Like it's below
Yeah,
freezing.
it was cold anyway. Yeah.
So
So when I was decided to go over to the opposite side of the road, that was a curve on my left side, a very sharp right curve, right turn you have to do. Um, so I just stopped, and I got my gut feeling told me I just stopped and checked that what because I had a feeling, and I saw one of the fire trucks came around that turn. For them, it is a left turn, and for me, it is a right turn. So they, I, I was had black pants. I had black jacket. So what I did was I had reached in my with my left hand in my cargo pocket on my right side. I had my flashlight, so I took that up with my left hand and signaling to them so they
yeah, so
know.
they would know. It's like, hey, this is me. This is who you're supposed to be finding.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
remember, you gotta remember the relayed information that they get. They don't know everything, right? They might have gone misunderstanding. It's like, oh, it's supposed to be a right turn, not a left, or something like that. It happens, right? That's why you gotta make it easier for them, right? Don't assume
Yeah.
they know everything, all right, or know
So
exactly. So do
so
things like signaling, right?
so the firefighters put support for my neck and everything, and I put a blanket on me,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then the
Safety
ambulance
precautions.
came. Yeah, and then the ambulance came and they put me on the stretcher, and they had these vacuum thing that compress you that
Hmm.
fits really tight. You can't move.
Hmm.
Um, and the cops were there as well because they need to do their investigation. And my head
Of
was
course,
in
right.
my head. Yeah, and my head was in totally messed up. I couldn't think. I couldn't do anything. So um, well, I got to the hospital, to the ER. Um, but that was horrible. And when I got on the ER, they cut my shirt off and everything like that.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Well, yeah, because you were cold, adrenaline's rush. You don't know.
yeah, and
They
they
got to
had a
check for internal injuries, right? If any internal
yeah.
injuries or something like that, that could be very, very bad.
So they run me on the CAT scan almost immediately after they cut my T-shirt and my uh, the jacket. They didn't cut. They cut the other. What I had under my, I had something similar like this, but they cut it. And then they sent me into the CAT scan, and they didn't find anything.
Hmm.
Um,
You know, X-rays, any broken bones,
yeah,
such, right?
yeah, nothing. And I was in really bad shape.
I mean, you walked away from it at least, right? Some people,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, and I want to give a preparedness veteran an answer. Trees down. I believe it took a couple of weeks before I was shaken up for maybe a long time.
A form of PTSD, right?
Yeah, and as soon as I went to bed,
Pain.
I had nightmares. I
Oh
dreamt
yeah,
the car. I was stuck in the car, and the car was on fire, and
yeah. I mean, that
it
stuff is
was
common.
horrible.
Yeah, that stuff is common, right? Anyone can go for that too, right? Some people can shake things off, but sometimes it takes a little bit of time for some people to shake things off, so to speak. Big Beans in here, and so is Adventures with Sog. Hello, both of you. Thanks for dropping in, everyone, and hearing Shadow's real life experience story. And
Yeah,
remembering, I'm remembering, any one of us can go for that, or your loved ones, or your friends, or family can go
hey,
through something
McBean.
like that. I think always remembering the lessons,
Hey,
things you can
Adventures
learn
with
from it.
Sod.
Yeah.
But so I got PTSD from that. And my temper and my mood were shifting like up and down totally.
Okay.
And at the end, I need to go to the doc to get me some medication so I could sleep on because I didn't get any sleep.
Yeah, some sedatives or something like that to kind of so you can actually rest.
So yeah.
Well,
It was horrible, and I had to see a shrink because, and he told me you suffer from PTSD. So, and I still have problems when if the road or the car begins to lean like this.
well, yeah, because you've had prior experience to something similar, so it's like,
Yeah, it's
right.
so
I'm, re-
I
I'm
had.
really,
I want to answer this question. Well, I was lucky. the The lesson I learned was basically I had my multi-tool with me, so that was a good
EDC
tool.
item, right? An EDC,
Yeah,
it's in
and
your
I had
pocket or something like that, right?
and I had
Everyday carry.
I had also an emergency blanket in my pocket as well, so that helped me. But the lesson I learned was why didn't the company cars had emergency equipment, a glass breaker or belt cutter. So I was
Mm-hmm.
when I told my bosses that, hey, you need to. I told them this is not good. I told them you need to have belt cutters and glass breakers. If something more, we need to have emergency equipment in the cars.
I mean, you guys are driving in the winter, right? What happens if that was black
Yeah,
ice or something like that? All right. I mean, it happens, right? It happens. Unfortunately, it does happen, right? So it would be a little bit more, how do I say, a relief that it is there. The items are there, all right? Because what happens if you didn't have those EDC items, your everyday carry items like those? It would have been much more difficult to do,
Indeed.
right? Because those EDC items, like when you have an item
Hey,
like
two
gear
beers.
that you,
Yeah.
when you have those items with you, it raises your morale because to a certain degree. Because if you don't have the tools or whatever, and you don't have options, your morale's just not the same.
Yeah.
It's just not the same, no matter what. Because you don't have any options. When you have options, you still have hope. When you don't have options, you don't have the hope just goes down, right? Because it's like.
But when I was on the ER, they put me under a lamp with
Mm-hmm.
heating that gives you heat,
Mm-hmm.
but it was like I had fever. I was frozen, shaking like a leaf, and then they put me under that. I was warm, nice and warm, and then I began to sweat because it got too hot, and then they pulled me away from that, and there after a while I began to freeze again. So they had to alternate between that,
Okay.
be under that lamp and
Mm-hmm.
not
Mm-hmm.
being. So so I that sucked really, but
See, yeah, Shadow and everyone in the side chat, right? This is why I'm a big proponent of having everyday carry items, because it's nice to know, hey, I got a car kit or whatever. What happens if you can't access it? Right? You got to be able to access the tools and such. Because, like in that car crash, for example, or whatever, right? Yeah, let's say you got the kit in the back seat. It flies out, or it's in the trunk, and you can't open the trunk. Then what? Or you can't access it. Knowing that you can reach for things in your pocket or on the visor, in the glove compartment, or on the center console, or on the side of your door would be nice to know, right? In addition to that cart kit, right? So you have more options, and not just keep all your eggs in one basket, right? So to speak. I hope that makes sense.
yeah, that makes sense.
All right, because that's the reason to have, well, the backup, right? The redundancies in there. That way, hey, if it's just a simple fender bender, hey, I got the kit in the back or whatever, right? If it's more serious, I still have items directly on me or within arm's reach, right? Because, like, let's say if you flip and you're like flipped over and you're the roof's on touching the ground now, right? You're upside down or whatever, and you're stuck in the seatbelt, right? You can't get to that get home bag or car kit that's in the trunk or in the backseat because you can't reach for it, right? Which means that you have to use things within reach in your pockets, right? So stuff like multi-tools, a flashlight may be useful in that situation. That's why I'm a big proponent of having things on you, because a lot of time things happen like that and you don't have access to those other items. So yeah, I'm really glad you brought up this story and this real life experience with you, Shadow.
Yeah, and
You know,
that was definitely a crisis for me. And
oh yeah,
what surprised
that'd
what
be a crisis
surprised
for any one of
yeah,
us, right? That'd be
but what surprised me was when I was disoriented and totally messed up in my head. I couldn't think straight. I have no. What can I do? What do I have to do? And I need to analyze the situation. Oh, create a fire to get warm. Fine.
yeah.
I think clearly that way, even if I was totally messed up.
Right.
Eh, eh,
You're still trying to improve your situation, all right?
Yeah,
That's the idea. Try to keep making improve your situation. Yeah, obviously it's a dire situation and it's serious, right? So that's why you're gonna take kick up your game on it. It's like, okay, I gotta take it seriously now, right? You know.
Franceschi, good to see you.
Hi. I actually want to bring up something that Preparedness Veteran brought up earlier. It's because you were telling this story, so I'll let you tell the story first, Shadow.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you finish the story first.
Well, that is the basic story, but
Okay.
but what I say because my wife were at my at her parents' house, and I was alone at home because I had to take care of the cats. And after the accident, I wanted to go home and just be there. but they told me you should not be alone. So I had to get to my parents-in-law's house and be there. And I were there for
Well, like if
2 days.
you had a
And then,
concussion, right? Concussion.
yeah,
Right?
and then
Yeah.
after that, we would go travel to Gothenburg to visit my parents for Christmas. So,
Mm-hmm.
so that was really interesting. I was pretty nervous when I drive all the way down to Gothenburg.
Of course, right? That's the first time you've been back behind the wheel or doing the activity again, or whatever it is, right? It's just like coming back from a motorcycle accident or biking accident or car accident, right? And getting back behind the wheel, so to speak, right? Right. You're nervous
Yeah,
at first, right? Because you're kind of having that. It might happen again, but I mean, that's a form of PTSD, right? You're having post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay.
yeah.
So yes. I wanted to address like that preparedness veteran said earlier, and I gotta go. I actually gotta go find it again. I asked him to retype it back out, rehash it back out here. It's because we were talking so much. I mean, I was listening to you. I mean, he said, "Where is this here?" I know I just saw it. Oh, where is it? Where is it there? It was about fire alarms. I wanted to bring up a story too, because see, where is it there? I'm trying to find it here. It's like way back there. It's because you like hold on. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Anyways, it was about like see why? Oh yeah, there we go. I found it. It was at the bottom of the hour mark. Okay, so fire alarms go off. Everyone ignores it. How many times has this happened? That comment right there. I'm preparing this veteran. Yeah. PP. Yeah, the alarm one. Because I've seen that happen before, right? And people kind of ignore it. I think it's because most of the time it's a false alarm, and you would hope it's a false alarm, right? Or someone testing the alarm or whatever, right? This happened to me
Yeah,
when I was I was playing at the bar one time. We were playing billiards, right? Pool, and then this alarm went off, right? And I was just saying to everyone out loud, I'm like, this is what I said. I'm like, and I'm paraphrasing what I'm like, okay, everyone, this is probably a false alarm, but let's check and make sure it is a false alarm. So we're not caught off guard, right? So everyone just check the exits. Everyone's just checking, right? That way we're all in it together, right? Just checking, making sure that we're certain it's a false alarm and not assuming it is just because we don't see smoke or hear anyone talking about it yet. I want to see with my own eyes or have people around me see with their own eyes, right? Just because you don't smell it or see it doesn't mean it's not happening. Like I get it, false alarm, prank or whatever. Yeah, that happens. I get it, right? I think that's where people get too complacent about it. It's because sometimes if you get complacent and it's a real deal, you're gonna need that first minute right away. So I had everyone. It's like check the exits. It's like anyone see any smoke, see any signs, or whatever. Anyone running or whatever. No, right? So okay, it's probably a false alarm, everyone, right? Because everyone, I literally at that time I had my friends and everyone in the bar was just checking, right? It's like we didn't know, we just hear it, right? But we shouldn't assume that it's a false alarm. We should just make sure so we all know, right? I think
yeah.
that's important, right? Making sure
And
that
preparedness veteran has a point here. Denial: people watching the actions of others. If they do not act, many will be reluctant to act. Yeah,
yeah. See, that's why I said it all straight up, right? Because I know better. Because like, unfortunately, things like that have happened in the past where in our places where people didn't react or act soon enough, and then the next thing you know, some people don't make it out or get injured or whatever, right? So
Yeah, Adventures with Sog. I agree with you about that.
Right. So that's why, like I said, I had everyone check the exits, check. It's like the kitchen, it's like nothing's going on, right? We're all right. Like the bartender, the waitresses, right? It's just like, so everyone's in the same, thinking the same way, right? It's because that's what I learned from the past, right? I just seen things like that before, like, and heard about stuff like that. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta remember this is the way to go, because so no one's complacent about thinking that, oh, it's just a false alarm. I said it straight up. It's probably a false alarm, but let's check and make sure it's not real, everyone. Right? That's what I kind of said to everyone, because my friends were around and stuff like that, right? So just quickly, instantly take a form of action, right? And I'd be like complacent about, oh, it's a false alarm or whatever, right? Because yeah, it's better to know for sure than not assume, because assumptions can get you injured and such, right?
Yeah.
Because you disregard it, and the next thing you know, it is real. But it's because no one checked. Because in situations like that, you want to be certain about every action that you're taking, right? So, yes. I'm glad Preparedness Veteran brought that up, yeah.
Yeah. And Preparedness Veteran has a point here too. The more quickly a person grasps the total picture of what is happening, the better their chance for survival. I agree with that.
Right. Because, for example, if it was real, right, before it started, let's say if it was real, before it started to spread, people are already aware of the situation, right? And not just, hey, texting or hi, just talking on the phone or in the washroom or whatever, right? Like, I don't, because it's Walmart, right? It could have been triggered from a lot of things, right? And it could have, let's just say if it was someone used the alarm to address some other issue, right? Or whatever, right? Then we would know about that too, because we're actually physically looking outside the place, physically looking down the hallways, making sure that it's not an emergency, a serious situation. This was something, when was this? Back in like 2014 for me, right? So that's an old example of something I experienced. So
yeah. Welcome back, McBee. Good to see you.
Welcome back. Oh, Tammy.
Yeah, she. The last time she used a hammer, she hit herself on her thumb.
Yeah, I remember that now. So no, but I have other examples of this too, because I don't know, maybe I don't know. Well, I shouldn't say our words, but I mean, I remember this one time I was out on vacation. We were like overseas and like away from home and all this stuff on a boat, right? Someone fell in the water. It wasn't that deep, but I'm just like, we need to be in the same boat on this situation right now, right? And besides, we all know this person, right?
Yeah.
Right. Her husband dived in, right? We met them on the shore. We were not that far from the shore, right? I'm just like trying to give some help, right? And it's just like, because when things happen, it's nice to know that people are there to help you, right? But in the same way, you gotta be actively helping yourself, making your situation better. It's just like you signaling with your flashlight, doing a self-assessment of what your situation, your injuries or whatever, right? And realizing that you're getting cold and maybe I should start a fire to warm back up. And maybe it's like meeting the firefighters on this one area so they know, because not assuming that they'll turn right. Because I've seen situations before where it's misinformation, right? They didn't get quite the information, so they're not exactly like first responders don't exactly come to your location. They're like, let's say, hundreds of feet away, hundreds of yards away, right? Which means you gotta gain their attention to come over, and that happens. I know that happens. I saw it firsthand before, this year too, by the way.
Yeah.
So, right. Because things like the bystander effect are a real thing, right? I mean, I know preparedness veteran probably can agree with me, right? And it is a real thing. Sometimes
It
the
is.
actions that people take right away are actually what make the situation better or avoiding certain things from happening in the first place, because people take action right away based on maybe previous experience, training, right, and stuff like that, right?
Thank you guys for the thumbs up, guys. I appreciate that. That helps a lot. That grows. The more likes and thumbs up we get, the more people will join us.
I agree with that, PV.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
To a certain degree, I do. To a certain degree, I do. Right, the KISS method, right? Keep it simple, silly, right? As much as possible, right? Less moving parts, all the other stuff, right? Things that do work.
Yeah, and the best thing is what the municipalities company cars has now. Now they have a glass breaker and a belt cutter.
Yeah, or some sort of combination type of tool, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like,
and the reason for that is that come after my accident, so that is good.
how
At
many
least an improvement.
how many years ago was this?
This was 2011.
Oh, okay, so it's been like quite a bit of time now. Yeah, and see, unfortunately, because of things like this and such, that change really comes, right? Sometimes change comes from these accidents, these events, right? Things change because of it. Unfortunately, sometimes change only comes from things that actually happen, because people start to realize, hey, this is actually a thing that can happen to someone else. It could have been even more serious, right?
Yeah.
You know, and hopefully taking steps to prepare beforehand and be proactive may either prevent something or prevent loss of life, financial loss, people getting sued, etc., etc.
Yeah, it is complex. Sometimes just stop, think, and act. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Slow down or stop, think, observe, and plan. Oh, wait. I thought preparedness venture was talking about that. Sorry, I know that as the
No,
acronym. I thought you meant that.
it's McBean.
Hey, Nippy.
Well,
Hello,
every car
everybody.
you buy.
I don't
Hi.
know how well this
Hey, McBean.
signal is going to be.
Yeah.
I'm talking to
Well,
Sweden.
preparedness veteran. Every car you buy here has a first aid automatically.
I'm on my
A first
5G.
aid kit in the
Okay.
car. There it is. It comes with a new car when you buy it.
Any call yet? Every time I hear the grain trucks, I think it's a delivery truck. Well, I'm going to say hello to ShadowScoutSwede, Creative Redundancy, and Preparedness Veterans. You guys have a wonderful weekend in that. I don't know how well the signal is going to go through. I am out.
Well, that didn't last as long as he thought, because he barely even got that in. Not quite that great.
Okay, LG, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Yeah, I see the buffering ring, and and it dropped out. Well, at least he said we at least we heard you.
And I'm glad you. Yeah.
We heard enough of
LG,
that today.
yeah, LG, and I'm glad you enjoyed the topic for today. So
Yes, and hearing
that's
yourself.
awesome.
No.
It's awesome to have you here, LG. So it's always nice to see you.
See, this is why I like to hear these stories every so often from people, right? It's because these are real world experiences, real people, friends, people we know and such, family members have gone through stuff like this, right? So realizing what can we learn from their experience, because this could happen to me, right? I could be in that that company vehicle, or you guys could be in playing pool or something along the lines of that, and you hear a fire alarm or something like that, and realizing something like that will come back at me. So keep that in mind. Right? Keep that in mind. It's just like knowing where your emergency exits are, the exits are, and all that stuff, right? When you go to certain things and stuff like that, right? So always be aware of it, right? And most of the time things won't happen. Yeah, most of the time things won't happen, right? But unfortunately, it's not impossible for it not to happen. So you're gonna be aware of that too. That's all good, Idaho Garden Girl.
Yeah, that's.
We won't peel you away from your dehydrator.
And that's supposed to be a joke.
I don't know. I was just like that's the core of my joke right there.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm really glad you told us that story. Yes. I'm really glad you've been telling some of these experiences, Shadow, with us here. Shadow doesn't even tell me in like a private chat. He doesn't even tell me this. I only hear about this with you guys during the stream. I'm just like, wow.
That is the way I like to have it.
Yeah, it's like, well, if I tell you, then you won't listen to it when I tell everyone in the stream, CR. Okay.
That would be to repeat myself, and I don't like to repeat myself.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, preparedness veteran. No problem.
Idaho Garden Girl, I like to diffuse tension with some humor. Sometimes it makes you appreciate the other things in life, right? Too.
Yeah.
Being able to, yeah, right.
I could be serious
too. I could be serious too.
Yeah. Here is the thing. I had in mind to take another car instead of the car I had when I flipped over. At the first, I was thinking of to take use a Renault.
Okay.
And it had, those Renault cars that has windows back at the sides. It's like a minivan.
Okay.
Yeah, and you have glass all around the car, basically, and the A-frames on those are so thin, so it's like to drive an aquarium, basically. But my colleagues told me, no, don't take that one. It's not a good car. So I took another car that was a Ford. It has it's a two seats, and you have a store. You have the loading in the back. You have a I used that car instead because that was safer. Because if I had used the Renault we had, I would that car would, with all that window, the windshield there, and you have windows there, all the way back and all around the car. So if I used that car, it would probably, when I flipped over, like this.
Yeah, yeah, because that all that glass is designed to break into very small pieces. It's meant to crumple, right? Remember, these
Yeah.
cars are designed to crumple so they absorb the impact of an accident and stuff like that. So your body doesn't absorb the impact, because that's the idea, right? The crumple zone.
Yeah.
That's why you have bumpers and all that stuff. They're meant to crumple, so you don't absorb the impact into your body.
Yeah, but that car was not made for flipping around with.
Yeah,
But,
well, obviously, unless you got a roll cage, none of these cars and vehicles are meant to roll. Right? That's why, like, high performance car racers, monster truck, etc., they have roll cages in them, right? For that specific reason.
yeah.
But unfortunately, we're civilians with, with common cars and vehicles. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know many people that have. Oh, here, my bug up vehicle has a roll cage.
That is a good thing to have.
Yeah, if you actually can get that in there and all that stuff, right?
Yeah, because that saves your life. Ah, thanks for taking care of that.
I was trying to click on it. It's because the Nightbot thing was in there. I was like, I gotta make sure I'm clicking on the right one here. Dang, Tammy, so fast.
Thank you, Tammy.
It's like she came back right in time, right? Tammy, you just came back right in time. 5 minutes later, Tammy, the troll buster. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She ain't afraid no troll. No. I'm actually surprised.
Their butts.
I'm actually surprised. Usually your streams are very, very good. So that's why I was like, I noticed it right away, obviously. Yeah, see, preparedness veterans giving you props, Tammy. I think that's what he's doing. Looks like that. So.
I appreciate that, Tammy.
So, just dissecting this situation here with you, right? And, you learned about making a fire beforehand, signaling, right? Even beforehand, right? The gear obviously helped, obviously, right? But you learned it beforehand. The skill, like, you could have dipped into the skills if you had, really, really had to. Right? Like, the knowledge to assess your injuries, first of all, right? Even a very basic assessment. It's just like, well, my bones aren't broken, nothing's sticking out, my head does hurt, nothing sticking out, right? Nothing punctured my skin or anything like that, right? That you just don't feel right away, right? Because remember, adrenaline's running through your system, right? You just an accident or whatever, right? Adrenaline's running through your system. It can mask your the pain, right? Let's just say, because this reminds me of another story. I've actually mentioned this story to a few people every so often, right? Funny, Tammy. I remember coming across this accident scene before, right? And don't get me wrong, there was definitely no bystander effect. There was a lot of people, apparently, right? People were trying to help with, like, it was like a T-bone accident or something like that. It was like up from a turn and something like that on a T intersection, right? So a T intersection, right? And basically what happened like, I didn't see exactly what happened. It happened before I could physically see it, right? I was walking by or biking by with a friend or whatever. I'm like, holy cow, there's a lot of people here for this accident. I just taking a glance, right? Just taking a glance, I'm like, hope they're okay, right? And I'm like, oh, I think I know who got in an accident, because I could tell because they were injured, right? And I was just like, why are they walking around after this, right? They're walking around right away, right? Just standing around. Like, people were coming up with paper towel and something like that. And like, I could tell there's blood, right? Obviously from injury, from broken glass, right? That's a given, right? I spoke to this lady, all right, really briefly. And basically I asked her, I'm like, lady, are you okay? She's like, I got some cuts, buddy. And she said, I think I have a broken rib or something like that. And I'm like, you need to sit down right now. If you got a broken rib, you shouldn't be moving around right now. You need to, like, kind of sit down for a little bit, so to speak, right? You shouldn't be moving around. Well, because I know if you got a broken rib or whatever, you can get a punctured lung too, right? The way that it happens, right? If I remember right. If I'm correct, right? So I told her, I'm like, and she said, I think I have a broken rib, right? I'm like, well, you just been in an accident. Adrenaline's running through your system. It might be masking that pain. And the next thing you know, once the adrenaline wears off, you'll be like that searing pain or whatever, right? And I told her, if you got a broken rib or potentially a broken rib, you have no idea. I have no idea, because obviously I'm looking from the outside, right? No X-ray or whatever, right? I'm like, maybe have a seat, lady, like in this vehicle or whatever, right? Because if you got a broken rib, if it punctures your lung, you're gonna be in a way more serious situation, right? Right. Let's try to avoid that, right? Let's try to make this situation somewhat better, not worse, right? At that time, because her fiance or husband or boyfriend or whatever at that time was hysterical, right? Because they just got T-boned, right? Think about it, right? You know what I mean? You'd be kind of upset too, right? At the person that just hit you, right? I told him, because I saw him, right? I'm like, dude, you need to focus on your wife, fiance, girlfriend right now. She needs your help right now. You need to stay with her, make sure she's good, right? Yeah, I know you're upset about this, your vehicle and all that stuff, right? But your girlfriend, your fiance, wife, whatever, sister, I don't know, whatever, right? Relationship. She's the one that you need to focus on right now, right? You need to focus on this, right? Because like I said, adrenaline's rushing your
it's run through your body.
Emotions, right? Your emotions are running high right now, right?
Yeah.
Because like I get people are trying to help with or whatever, but I was just like this. Like I said, there was no bystander effect. Definitely, lots of people are trying to help, but I think we need to fine tune this to to these people, because everyone else is walking. We're good. We're in a normal state, right? These people just had an accident, right? Now, obviously, it wasn't a high speed accident, but hard enough that it's there's a big dent and the wheels bent and the front end's heavily dented, the windshield's broken and all that stuff. So it's traumatic, right? You've just been in something.
PV,
right?
take care, stay safe, and God bless.
All right, take care, preparedness veteran. So I just wanted to say that, right? It's because now I'm not. Let's get this straight for a disclaimer. We're not giving medical advice. By the way. We're not giving. I'm not a medical expert or anything like that, right? I didn't say anything that I wouldn't do myself necessarily, right? In the same situation, right? But I just, you know, I don't know what happened to the person later or whatever. They're probably fine or whatever. But they probably had PTSD too and all that stuff. But it's, you know, it's one. I guess I care with the CRNet a lot at times, right?
Yeah.
Because I've seen things happen, and then, you know, like I said, what happens if it's your friend, your family coworker, or whatever, right? I would like to know that I tried to help the best I could with the knowledge and experience I do currently have, right? You know, for my limited amount of knowledge at that time and experience, right? I'm just like, but I still knew, okay, well, you think you got internal, broken ribs or whatever, you may have internal injuries, right? Are masked by the adrenaline running through your system at that time. That's why I said to sit down, right? Try to lower your blood, your heart rate, right? Because right now, right, they have blood on their arms because of cuts and all that stuff, right? So yeah, adrenaline's running through their system, right? Need to slow down here, right? That's where that STOP acronym comes back to play, right? Slow down, think, observe, and plan, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing. When you are disoriented and your head is a total mess up,
Mhm.
it is hard to think logic because that is not the first thing you think of. Hey, to check yourself. But I don't know why, but I had strength enough to
Do a self-assessment.
to do that assessment.
Mm-hmm.
And
remember, everyone, you're your own first responder right away, right? Obviously, right? So do the best you can with. Obviously, if you hit your head or whatever, you get a big headache. Yeah, it's gonna be much more difficult, right? And you can't simulate that, really, right? You can't simulate the pain in terms of like training purposes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to a certain degree, you could, but I mean, like, yeah, go on.
So that is, for me, I could do that assessment, but somebody else might not be able to do that.
Where they're not trained for it, or never experienced it, or never gone for that. You know, or that. Oh, I'm not sure what to do, right?
Yeah, and what a couple of days after, a thought came up in my mind. What would happen if I had a colleague with me on the passenger seat and that happened?
Yeah.
Because in that case, I don't know how that person, my colleague, would react. So if my colleague would be have a total breakdown, I had to assess myself and then assess my colleague and get my colleague out of the car first, because my door I couldn't open. It was stuck. So the passenger door I could open.
Right.
So in that case, it would be a little bit more tricky to get out of the car, because he had to go out of the car first before me. And when he's out, I could go out. So I was
right.
That was a thought I got afterwards.
And that's assuming a lot of things, right? But I mean, obviously it didn't happen like that, but yes. Realizing that, well, because sometimes you do make deliveries or whatever with someone too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a possibility that could happen still too. Or happen to like your other colleagues or other co-workers, etc., right? Where You know, hey, this is a big delivery. I need your hand, right? Can you tag along with me in the passenger side, right? So it could happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, you know, we don't want stuff like this to happen. I don't want to see it, but unfortunately, it's not impossible here for it to not happen. So realizing that the possibility is still exist. It's not guaranteed it won't happen, but it's not guaranteed it will happen either. Well, okay, it's not guaranteed that it will happen, but it's not guaranteed that it won't happen either. There's a slim chance in there, right? So always be aware of that, and you know what to do if that slim chance comes up, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's the choices you make beforehand that really affect the situation, right? Like skills and knowledge and experience, not just the gear, right? You know, not just the gear. Gear is just part of the equation, right? The gear is the resources. However, you gotta be able to use those resources with skill and knowledge and experience, right? That self-assessment, that's not gear. That's knowledge or experience to a certain
Indeed.
degree, right?
And I agree with you, Idaho Gordon. When you learn one skill, you can build off of that skill for different situations. It will help you to understand that there are options. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Adventures with Sog. I'm off. Take care, guys. Okay, my friend. Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Idaho Girl, I agree with that. Yeah, Bob. We're just relaying some kind of experiences that we've had, and like you said, we're not giving medical advice here. We're just talking about experiences that we've gone through or seen with our own eyes.
Yeah,
Right?
I have my first aid skills. I know a bit of first aid, but that doesn't make me an expert. And I have studied psychology for 1.5, 2 years, and that doesn't make me an expert. I'm not. I can't give you any advice on that because I'm not an expert.
So yeah,
but
Bob,
I
that's what
have
we're talking
a
about.
certain amount of understanding.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have a certain amount of understanding, like that it makes sense, right? Seems logical.
I
Common
agree.
sense, right? And stuff like that. Because sometimes, like I said, in this world, especially in this world nowadays, you don't not just book smarts everyone, but street smarts too, right? Knowledge and experience, not just knowledge and skills, but experience too, right? Because experience will show you in adverse conditions or in the real world, right? Where you really have to do it, right? So, yeah, exactly, Bob. Street smarts is important. So let's say you even got that college degree or whatever, go get some street smarts to back that up, right? Back up that book smarts with street smarts. And if you have street smarts, try to back that up with book smarts too, right? Have both, not just one or the other, but have both. Because I think it goes both ways, right? If you have book smarts, try to get street smarts. If you have street smarts, try to get book smarts, right? Try to increase your knowledge too.
Timmy says, I got dropped on my head by a friend. How I didn't get knocked out or end up with a concussion, I don't know, but I had a massive lump and a headache for a week. Yeah, I bet you had, Timmy.
I've experienced that before too. Trust me on that one. So I know about what concussion protocols and all this stuff, right? You know, because it is a thing, right? It is a thing. You have to have someone try to wake you up and stuff like that. Make sure you don't just fall asleep, right? Yeah. Oh wow. Oh wow, John.
Yeah.
The fire truck yesterday. You called the fire truck yesterday a tree cutter. The wood was starting on fire. He was trying to put out the fire parked on off ramp on the interstate road. Okay. Like I said, it's the actions that people take right away that can really make a difference, right?
Yeah.
At times, I really do believe in the actions that you take right away. Right? Sometimes you don't get a lot of lead time. I say lead time, but yeah, generally speaking. Although they use lead time for other things, but it's the same thing, right? You get that lead. Sometimes you only have that split second to make that decision, make the judgment call on the situation, and hopefully it's the right call. Hopefully, right? But sometimes you don't get to have a second chance or an extra minute, another extra minute. You gotta act now. Just all right. And don't be indecisive and just freeze, right? And again, coming back to the freeze, flight or fight response. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard some of these air stories that other people have told, and yeah, remember that, see, we're not the only ones that can go through situations like this, right? Lots of people can go through situations like this, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes, you learn from your first experience, right? Or real world experience about it, right? Because it's not just a movie, TV, a reenactment, or a story you're even hearing from us. You physically went through it. You've seen it with your own eyes, right? Where it's very vivid in your head still, right? You can remember it like the back of your hand, right? It's like, yeah. So, yeah. Like I said, it's the things that you do right away. Hence, first aid is the things you do first. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kidding about that. Stuff like applying pressure, right? I think that goes without saying, right? That goes without saying. Do what you can.
John,
right?
yeah. And John has a point. If you wait to react, that could get you killed. Yeah.
Or make the situation worse, right?
Yeah.
Make the situation worse. Well, to say it like that, it can make the situation worse. Maybe even not just for yourself, but for someone else.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes the time to act is now. Hey, James. Right? Because, and that's when if you get
James.
If you get some intel beforehand, or some if you can gain some more lead time beforehand, you'll probably be better off. Because look at here's a real world example, right? Here's a real world example. Look at what happened in Florida during Hurricane Ian, right? Certain places delayed their kind of evacuation order, right? Look what happened. Look what happened in some of those places, right? Because people didn't have the lead time. The time to get ready. If they weren't already ready, right? This is why preparedness is about being proactive, right? Preparing beforehand and preparing and being proactive beforehand. So you don't have to react to the situation. You're kind of ahead of the 8 ball, as they say, right? You have you're ahead by 5 minutes, right? You got an extra 5 minutes to spare now, right? Because you don't have to run and I gotta find Shadow. I gotta find a backpack here to put all this stuff. I don't know what to put in there. Should I put in some clothes? Right? You're not thinking like that. You're like, oh yeah, I already packed a go bag. It's got water, some food, right? Maybe you add some other provisions like maybe clothes or whatever, right? Because that's why I prepare. And that's why I recommend it now to be like that. Because, yeah. Because I think what's going to happen is that a lot more people are going to realize that.
Yeah.
These natural disasters. I haven't talked about flooding and all this other stuff, right? So. Because these things are more likely to happen to us. In many places, right? Hence, well, having the skill, the knowledge, and the experience to back up the gear and the resources you have is very important. So if you got gear and resources right now, try to increase your skill, knowledge, and experience level, right? Raise the bar, right? Raise the bar, right?
Yeah.
Go shatter the limits of what you think you can do or could learn or gain in terms of knowledge, right? Go shatter those limits, right? Don't put a limit on it. Yeah, John, I've seen that before too. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Things happen like that too. All right. And it happens too, right? I've seen, I'm in the passenger side of a vehicle or whatever, right? Someone just cuts us off, like literally almost cuts it off, no turn signal or anything. My friend just slams on the brake. I'm like, thank goodness I was ready for that. Right? I wasn't, having things in my hands or whatever, or you know what I mean? Or a drink in my hand, right?
Yeah.
I was ready. Kind of more ready for this. Well, because there was like the left-hand lane was getting cut off because of construction or whatever, right? So everyone had to move right. So I knew that was coming. Like I didn't know my friend was going to stop brake suddenly, but I kind of knew, hey, everyone's coming right, right? So that's just one of those experiences that I went through. So
Yeah.
I mean, I might not have gone through certain experiences like you, Shadow, or some other people, but I've gone through my own kind of eye-opening experiences and make me realize why to prepare in the first place, right? And be ready. Because unfortunately, stuff happens.
Solon Max. Hi, hosts. I hate to say this, but I need to go now. Need to go to the market. Thanks, everyone. Happy Sunday.
Take care.
No problem. Take care. Stay safe, and thanks for stopping by.
Yes.
God bless.
Hope you can find what you can find out there. Right. Be proactive, right? As much as you can. As much as you can.
Yeah.
The best you can do with the circumstance and the resources and where you are too, right? Most of us live in different parts of the world. Different countries too, right?
Yeah,
so,
that too.
Right. Some people it's fall. Some people it's spring.
We will do
Some people
Solon
it's snowing,
Max.
right? So do what you can. Oh, thanks. That's nice of you. Well, I don't know if it's female or male. Sorry. Sometimes I don't know, but take care anyway.
Yeah.
I can't believe this much time went by. Sheesh, it's almost at the 3-hour mark already.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to buy eggs. You can buy it. I mean, John needs to buy eggs, sorry.
Yeah.
Not Max saying it. Yeah. Okay, you keep talking here. I just brought up like a big all these stories here. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I gotta save my voice. I don't want to talk too much. Shadow.
Yeah.
I don't usually do this. But can I not only say something, but can I bring up something too that I'm doing here? Okay. I don't usually do these selfless promotions.
Okay, Solid Mix.
Okay, I don't usually say my selfless like promotions, not promotions. What's the word I'm looking for? These what's the word I'm looking for? It's like on the tip of my tongue. Well, basically, I don't usually say it, but I will be live after Shadow. Well, more or less, depending on when he ends. I'll just say it like that. Yeah, I'll just say it like that. So, and I'll be discussing a few things too.
John says my wife wants to build a house in the Philippines next year on her 1,148 square meter lot. Well, it's a good idea.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Grow garden and all that other stuff. Rain catchment, right? Try to work with the land as much as possible, right? Especially if you can allow the water and the air to still come in, so to speak, right? Where, hey, I'm not saying have a little flowing stream or river or whatever, but rain catchment, right? Where things are, it just seems like the garden just grows on its own, right? Stuff like that. I wish I had more space here, but I do what I can. I mean, you live in an apartment, so I mean, you really try to maximize what you can do there. I guess I know why I forgot that phrase, Idaho Garden Girl. Okay. Clearly, I've been trying to avoid saying. Anyways, I digress.
And we have Bob on the panel again.
Hey, welcome back, Bob.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
Hello.
Now I can take a breath. Whew. I've been all this talking.
Yeah,
I don't know how much of the stories you heard from us. We were just showing, not showing them, but explaining some experiences that we had personally, or things that we've seen with our own eyes, right? It's just like you share experiences that you've seen with your own eyes, right? And things we can learn from those experiences too, right? So hopefully, if we ever go through that experience, we'd be like, oh yeah, that's what Bob did. Maybe it would work here.
Hey, Seven.
Yeah.
Hey,
hello.
I had some good experience. I remember one time in a girly bar in Manila.
Okay.
Wait, Bob.
Darn it.
On topic. Save that for another stream. Save that for the Friday stream.
Oh, boy.
You just want Berna to come back. I know that's what he wants. He's like,
I do.
Where's Berna?
Yeah, she came up on Courtney's live once, a week or so ago. Yeah, it was good to see her. She's such a sweet lady. No, I did ask her, hey, you find a guapo? Did you find a boyfriend? Cool. Yeah, I don't want to talk about my personal life because she said some of the girls were going after her. The girl drama stuff. Yeah, so that's why she came back from Palawan, and then you see her just once in a while, not a lot. Yeah. Ladies can be pretty spiteful to each other sometimes.
Yeah.
Waste of energy.
Yeah, it is. It is pointless to be a hater. It doesn't do you any good.
No. It breaks you down.
It does. What you put out comes back. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But it was good to see her. She's a nice lady. But life experiences in an emergency, yeah, that stuff can. That's why I think I'm really lucky to have my wife. She's already lived through a civil war and extreme violence, and she's a best resource. Like when I was buying food and on, she was standing right next to me, and she's got an engineering background and she's got experience of being on the run, and like I made a strong box to store much of our food, and yeah, I'd check with her. What do you think about this? It'll be strong enough to hold it? Yeah, that's going to be great. Just keep going, Well, I'm almost out of money. My pension check is almost gone. And she'd just like click, 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 boom, put some money into my account and go get your welding rods, whatever you need. Go do it, That's a way that it helps.
Awesome.
It is awesome. That's a way that it helps, that I can do the hands-on and she can provide the funding, after my pension goes, and then boom, we're ready to go, ready to roll. Stands right next to me during all of this stuff.
Yeah, you have a certain amount of money on when you have your pension. Well,
Mm-hmm.
the most goes to bills, and the rest you can maybe put to extra
Correct.
things you need.
Correct.
But
That's
not
absolutely.
all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My pension's is real good over in the Philippines, but here it does enough, But that's good to have the support of your spouse. That's where I'm lucky. I am lucky, Hendo. I'm very lucky to have her. Yeah.
Oh, she's got your number, Bob.
She does. I kind of yeah.
She
I
does.
kind of like her a little bit,
Yeah, I got that impression.
Just a little.
Yeah. I'm going for a bathroom break for 30 seconds. I'll be back.
Okay.
So keep it running for 30 seconds.
We
you guys
do
do all the talking. I've been talking for like the last 2 hours.
Oh no, creative! This is creative redundancy, saving his voice.
Yeah. I had to get a few more things moved from the old house, so I made a load back and unloaded it into the house, and my son told me today he's gonna have some packages delivered here between 2 and 4, so it's 1:52 p.m. right now. So I told him, yeah, I'll be here. I'll sign for it. I'm not sure what he's got coming, but he says it has to be signed for. So it's like, okay, I'll be here. It's a good thing he was started late today, because he's been pumping iron for months now, and I had some heavy stuff to take upstairs, and I knocked on his bedroom door, and he comes out, and I went like this. I need your muscles.
That comes
Need
in
your
handy.
muscles. Yeah, I need your muscles. Okay. Yeah. I had a couple strong boxes that I brought from the old house over to here, and I got them in the house and by the stairwell, and that's one of the things I needed his muscles for, because man, they're heavy. And he just picked it up like it's nothing, right up the stairs. Like, dude, you're hired.
That's a handy man to have around.
Mm-hmm.
And good timing. And I jumped on because somebody's been watching football all day, rather loudly, I might add, but they had to step out to go to the store real quick, and I was like, oh, yeah.
My chance to get on. Yeah, there you go.
Background noise. Okay, I'll jump back on. All
I
right.
get it.
Okay. Hey, Shadow. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. As you see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh yeah, I can see you're doing well, and Bob is doing well, and creative redundancy is saving his voice.
Again.
Oh yeah, I'm saving my voice for all of you. I am listening. Don't think I'm just working on the panel. I'm listening.
Yeah, we know the two are separate. Creative. That's not going to stop me from rubbing it in, buddy. Not going to stop me. But I hope that everyone's having a wonderful day or evening wherever you are on this beautiful planet.
Yeah, I'm doing well, doing good. Let's see, Balut John, I'm on your channel right now. Let's see, Balut John, you said that you're gonna get a house over in the Philippines. Very good, very good.
More like his wife wanted to build a house on her property there.
Certainly, yeah, very good. Yeah, we've already done that, John. In fact, I'm gonna connect up with your channel, and okay, just rang your bell there, John. Thank you.
Hi, John.
Yeah, we have our little retirement house is in Davao. Can I ask where you guys might be located, if it's all right? There goes the furnace.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome, John. We'll be over to visit the family during the holidays, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, you're over in the Cebu area, huh? Okay, I got it. There's a lot of expats over there. I saw quite a few expats in Cebu City.
So
we're down in
belongs to Cebu City.
Yeah, it's in there. I think it's Cebu Island, and there's a lot of expats live there because Davao, where we're at, there's not too many, not many expats. You know, it's kind of can be risky. You know, you're safe inside the city, but when you go out of the city, it can be pretty risky.
Yeah, I heard something about some island where people like to go out and party, but there was some true crime thing that I was reading about. If I could recall the event, well, I would bring it up, but it's been so many months now, I don't recall what the matter as far as the government was concerned was. So many people come over to go out to this island to have this party on almost a daily basis or something like that. It's nobody's cleaning up.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Boracay Island.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, during the pandemic, the government really took advantage of the place being empty, and they went in there and they cleaned up the beaches and they changed the laws, like no eating or drinking on the beach because people were leaving plastic on the beach and it was being washed out to sea, and no open fire pits on the beach anymore. You can go on the beach all you want, and the bars are right there on the beach, but you got to leave your drink and your food at the bar.
Well, I'm glad they did that because the pictures they showed were awful. I'm like, you know,
if that's the same island,
to say that you're young and partying, but you know what? You can also pick up after your damn ass too.
I agree. Yeah, that's one thing I did when we went down to a beach in Oregon is that I walked down the beach and just took a grocery bag with me, and there was so many people leaving stuff behind. They just eat their lunch and drop it right on the sand.
Leave no trace, right?
Yeah, come on,
right?
You know.
When you go camping, leave
I don't know if
that is at the beach or anything else. Leave no trace.
I don't know if that's a millennial thing or what, but I see people drive up to my apartment complex. They open their car door and just start dumping the trash out of their car right into our parking lot.
Oh, that's pleasant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. totally disrespectful.
Yeah, it is, right? Like, no one wants, oh, hey, Bob, can I just leave my trash over in front of your porch?
Collectively.
No. Bob's like, no, so don't do it to me here, right?
Got a next door neighbor that we don't understand why. First of all, he put like outdoor chairs outside his apartment. Now I understand the guy doesn't want to go inside his apartment because he has 2 teenage daughters. He doesn't want to smoke in there.
Yeah.
I get it. He started out with a little footstool right beside the door and then went to full-fledged lawn chairs where there is an area where you've got a staircase. And he's taking advantage of the undergrowth of that. He's got 2 grills under there that have years worth of cobwebs and growth on it. But his new thing is he smokes hidden on the other side of the stairwell, so he doesn't actually have to say hello to anybody. And the chair that's right in front of his front door, between his front door and my front door, he's taken to filling that up with trash. And he's the only person in the entire apartment complex that doesn't go to. We have a variety of huge dumpsters around us that are not a far walk, people. I'm talking about just a few feet away from where you park your car. And that's not far from my door.
I agree with you, Hando. Basically filthy pigs, some people are. Sorry.
Just driving us crazy. And today the apartment manager stopped by, and on his way out, he picked up the trash and he said, I'm doing this because I make me mad because it makes the roaches come. And I said, roaches, dude, I can't open my door without these little fruit flies coming in.
Mm-hmm.
I love it at night because I'm a big one for keeping the lights off because of my pain levels. I have all these health issues that deal with pain levels. And since I keep it dark in here, the only thing that has light to it is my laptop. So they're drawn to that laptop like nobody's business. And I'm just sitting there waiting like, yeah, sucker, land, your life is over. But I'm the official fruit fly patrol. I will exterminate you with extreme prejudice. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't understand the mentality of people leaving garbage. I just don't understand that. I just don't.
Both daughters are, every year that I have known them, have been in magnet programs and have been on the principal's list. These girls are they're so ahead of the curve. Both of them. Every single year. He even keeps them in school during the summer and whatnot, too. I'm like, okay. Yes, Hendo, I am the huntress. That's funny, because I usually don't admit this, but it's not a large crowd, so I'll tell you. Shadow knows that I'm a DJ. I was the first DJ to come up with the name The Mixtress. And I was using it I was quoted in national magazines, not the kind that everybody reads, but the kind that are specifically for radio and television. They're called trade magazines. And very often they'd be kind enough to give me a holler and say, would you mind giving us a paragraph or two about this new album that's out? And I'd be sure. Go ahead and do that. So the name was out there. Excuse me. After my first battle with cancer, I didn't show up for, I don't know. I think it was like a year and a half. And the people at one of the top magazines, it's like number 2 magazine to Billboard, bunch of good friends of mine there, like DJ Nasty Ness, may not ring a bell with you, but the name Sir Mix-a-Lot may ring a bell. He did a rap called Baby Got Back. Yeah, okay, just in case. Anyway, he gave a girl on the West Coast permission to use my name because they thought I was dead. I was furious. This girl had no experience. She had never been on the air. She was a street DJ. And I'm like, dude, you just allowed her to use my professional reputation by letting her use the name Mixtress. That's not cool. That is definitely not cool. I did not work that hard to win all those awards so that she could abuse them to go print up labels and pretend to be me. So, to be continued. There's an issue over how we're going to copyright it, and I'm like, copyrighting shouldn't be a problem since most of my multi-platinum awards predate her ever touching a turntable, so I really don't think we're going to have a problem proving that I used it first. Then I looked online a few years ago, like 2017. Yeah, there's like probably 35 girls out there using the name Mixtress now. So the name got shot to hell and back. I thought that was pretty cool, though. Instead of being a mixer DJ, the Mixtress. Plus, it would make people kind of do a double take. What did she say, mistress or Mixtress? So I don't see why I should bother to take it into a copyright fight. If that many people are using it, it's a pain in the butt now.
Yeah, lawyers win every time, don't they?
There you go, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
The lawyer always wins. Yeah.
Bob, you know my favorite lawyer joke, right? At the risk of repeating myself, there might be somebody here who hasn't heard it. What do you get when you cross a lawyer with a pig?
I know about lawyers. Yeah. What do you get when you cross them?
What do you get when you cross a lawyer with a pig? Nothing. There are some things a pig just won't do.
That's true.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't forget to tip your waitresses.
I've never had a pig lie to me right in my face and lie right to my face and then charge me $200 an hour for it. Yeah, that's never happened with a pig, but it has with a lawyer.
My roommate got one of the coolest lawyers on the planet. They did know each other from before, but when they were in a situation where he was approaching divorce, his lawyer refunded his money back to him. I thought that was pretty cool because as a person who's had to see like a lot of medical specialists, because one of my conditions is real rare, there was one doctor I had to save 2 years to get the money together to see this guy. And it was very important because he was the number 2 guy to the man that diagnosed me. Finally got to see him. Very nice man. Didn't get to speak to him 5 minutes, and he said, "I'm refunding all of your money." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I got to be honest, I've never heard of what you have." And I was like, "Oh, crap, that's really bad," because nobody had worked with the original doctor as long as this guy had.
Oh, forgive me, but I'm making some organic fertilizer. Taking some rhododendron trimmings, and I bought a coffee grinder, and I'm dropping those leaves and stuff like that into a coffee grinder and shredding it into this nice fine dust. There you go. That's what's keeping me busy while you guys are. I'll just throw that out on the grass, just like that. Mm-hmm. No chemical fertilizers for me in my place, man. I'm not doing that.
Have you seen that thing where apparently some people, I don't know if it's supposed to be a new fad or something, but a lot of people, instead of putting out lawn, they're putting out clover. Mm-hmm. Actually, it has a nice effect.
It does. I recall I brought this up on another live before, and I just made a video about my backyard. Is in the 70s is when they came up with that Scott's turf builder and all that, and you see it played during every football game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's when they started putting this fertilizer on grass, and prior to that, the soil was full of earthworms. And if buttercups were mixed in, if clover was mixed in with the grass, we didn't care because it made its own ecosystem,
Right.
and it didn't get infested with insects like crane flies
But
and
you
all that.
especially want the earthworms. That's a healthy
Bingo.
sign.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as the earthworms die, now nothing gets composted at all. Nothing degrades. And now you got to keep putting that fertilizer on there again and again and again. And it's like, I'm not doing that. Because when we were kids, the only lawnmowers we had would spit the grass out on the side. And most of the time we just leave it. And it would just the nice green grass all year long. But all the marketing has convinced the population that it's got to be just this specific. No, man. Leave it alone. Nature takes care of its own.
Absolutely. I mean, my grandma
I
didn't
agree.
even have a motorized lawnmower. She had one of the old-fashioned. That looks like no, it's not hand cranked. It's just completely push motivated, and the blades are sort of curved around each other all the way around.
Yeah,
the
that's
trick
what we
is
started
making
off
sure
with.
that the blades stay sharpened.
Mm-hmm.
And it drops what you're chopping off right there where right over where you chop it.
Yeah.
And her backyard was like a putting green, man. It was
Mm-hmm.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
And if I would be right behind it was a ditch. And if I was playing in the ditch or whatnot, if I found an earthworm, she had these 2 ferns that were the biggest in this little bitty Mississippi town. So big that people would actually come up to my grandmother and rent these ferns for their weddings, for their pageant shows and stuff like that. They were huge. And if I found an earthworm, she'd be like, "Oh baby, go put that in the fern." They were in these huge half globe cement things. They were tremendous.
You mean like this one?
Nope.
This is a hand-pushed lawnmower.
All this thing had was the 2 wheels on the outside, and you could just see like 4 or 5 blades, 3 to 5 blades. Because I was never picked to push it. That was always the brother's job.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we got to Mississippi, she'd pick one brother to do the lawn and another one to climb up on the roof and empty out her leaf gutters. Like, I'm so happy to see you, grandchildren. Especially you boys now. When you get up on the roof.
Yeah, that's exactly like what we started off when I was a kid, but ours didn't have a bag. It just chopped it up and left it lay, and then we moved on to a power mower, and all the years I grew up was just spit the grass cuttings out and just leave it. And yeah, first thing that fertilizer does is it kills the earthworms. Man, now you're in trouble. Now you've upset the balance and
the pH and everything else.
Everything. Mm-hmm. Yep. And it kills the clover. It kills the buttercups. It kills this and that. Now it's like, now I got to put more of the fertilizer to get the grass that's left to grow. And yeah, it's just a marketing scam, But this backyard here was left derelict because the old gal who had this house was very sick for a long time, and she couldn't take care of it. The neighbors cut the front grass, but the backyard just grew up, and they came back there with some heavy equipment and tore it all out. And I tell you, it's got a beautiful ecosystem back there, because as soon as I start walking through the grass moves. You know why? These little tree frogs.
Oh, that's so cool.
They're everywhere in the grass. I just like, and I have not seen one crane fly here. None. No crane. They eat them. They eat all the bugs, So I think for the back, all I'm going to use is maybe a string trimmer and just cut the length down a little bit, and be good, because our kids are growing up. They don't go rolling around out in the grass anymore, and just leave it as it is. Leave it a balance. And I take this powdery stuff. I took a box full of it today. This ground up powder. This box was damn near full that I ground up last night of leaves, and just took it out there and just spread it around. There's your fertilizer. There's some more here.
That's what I want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost getting persuaded to stay longer now.
Yeah, that right there is a little $6 coffee grinder I bought at a thrift store yesterday, and I just sat here watching Netflix movies and grinding up rhododendron leaves, and just grind
and it
it up.
increases the surface area. The microbes can get to it.
Exactly.
Just break down.
Mm-hmm. The rain will beat it right down into the soil, and poof,
here's another nifty trick that a lot of people don't know, and it's been so long since this guy was on the Tonight Show that it was when Johnny Carson hosted it, but it was an old man that came out and he said most of what people put on their lawns doesn't get introduced by the rain. It has everything to do with water tension, and here's how you get rid of it. And he took a half a tablespoon of dishwashing liquid.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to Home Depot or Lowe's or whatnot, and you can get this type of bottle that will attach to the end of your hose that you're spraying your lawn with. And he put a golf ball in there just to help mix it, puts in the half tablespoon of dishwater, and he puts that over the lawn, and that little bit of soap helps break the barrier to the water tension, and all the good nutrients you want to get down to the soil will make it down there, and it makes the soil that much richer.
Oh, okay.
It helps it write its own pH balance. I mean, this guy had a whole, a book that was on the bestseller list for so many weeks in New York and whatnot. He had to be in his 80s or something, and he said, here's my real secret. Just anybody can go buy one of these things to attach to their hose, and because a lot of them, it's not what they're putting on their lawn, it's the fact it's not reaching their lawn. It's going to the side and running off because of natural angles and stuff.
I even put some of this notebook paper in with the box full of this chipped up leaves,
Cellulose.
Yeah. I want to keep those little frogs, man. They're cool.
Yeah.
There's no bugs out there. None. I mean, I sat out. They eat everything,
Great.
I'm so used to the last place we lived that the mosquitoes were all over the place. This place is clean, man.
Yeah, I'd much rather have the frogs than some electric thing going zzz, zzz, every
Me too.
seconds.
Me too.
Can I just add something in real quick?
Go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
Things like spiders, dragonflies, ladybugs, right? They're very beneficial to the environment.
You bet they are. Mm-hmm.
Dragonflies consume aphids, I think. I know they consume mosquitoes, right? I mean, if you don't want mosquitoes around, well, attract the dragonflies coming in, right? You don't want these aphids around, attract some spiders in, right? It's just like you, Bob, right? You said before, hey, the spiders are helping control the bugs I don't like, right? Yeah, it can stay in the back porch area.
Yeah, I've got this is the new house here, and right by the front door is the stairwell to get up to the second floor, and there's a house spider living right by that front door. Man, that lady is a slayer. She any bug that comes in underneath the door, she just slays them, man. She's got a body count.
Good worker.
Good
yeah,
deal.
I mean the spider webs that they create and stuff like that trap the insects like wasps and stuff like that you may not want.
Yeah.
Around.
But creative, you forgot to mention one of the biggest mosquito killers of all. Bats.
Yeah, that too. Bats and frogs. You bet.
Mm-hmm.
Here,
and return the system back to a a balanced state, right? Where
Yeah. Here years ago, they started back in the 80s where the county and the state were buying plots of land, and they started digging drainage ditches to slow the water flow. And
swells, right?
Yeah, and they're all interconnected, and that way it reduced flooding. And as soon as they got those dug, and they just let it grow wild, and the frogs moved in, and you'd think that they would be a big mosquito pit, but they're not. Those frogs eat the heck out of them things, man.
Yeah, they keep it in check.
You bet they do. You bet they do.
Yeah, the swells are usually, you would see in the permaculture communities and stuff like that, you will see that it's part of the land restoring of things that they do. They dig them and they put trees and plants on the one side, and then it just wildlife just comes back, and the next thing you know, you got biodiversity, and the next thing you know, it's just like, wow.
Oh, you don't have to.
I got an apple tree growing, I got pear trees growing, right? And then we're like 10 years ago,
Mother Nature will come right back and
always
take that
does.
stuff where you can play.
Always does. Yeah, I saw some family farms back in the 80s that they had streams running through them. They grew cattle, and the streams were barren, and they were complaining about the too much nitrogen getting into the water and all that. And then, I mean, these were old farms. The barns were collapsing and all that. And the state came in and purchased the land from the original farmers. And they did just that. They made these giant pits and put in stumps and logs and planted natural trees. You should see those places now. You would never have ever known that people were farming there. It's beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And then in the 90s, I was sharing a ride to work with a friend of mine in that same stream. After it all grew up, when it was farmed, it was barren. The water was barren. And one day we're going to go onto an overpass, and I saw something black down there in that water, like this. See, big. It was big. What? I'm looking down there. What the heck? It's a river otter. Just in 10 years of them leaving the system alone and helping it with putting stumps and stuff in there, the fish came right back. And there was enough fish to where a river otter came in there, and he was in there hunting. It's like, wow,
awesome.
Man. All this research.
Yeah, and fish are coming back. People can actually fish again, right? And look
at
that. There's a food supply. I wonder.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. If the otters are in
right now, right?
If
we
the
can
otters
start
are in there,
trees and fruit plants and raspberry bushes and have the fish come back, the biodiversity. Oh, look at that. There's a food supply coming back.
Bingo. Yeah, I know where to go catch fish now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly, right. And then, yeah.
I have this friend that has grandparents down in Tifton, Georgia, and I love their farm. Their farm is awesome. I don't know how many acres it is, but I went walking with Grandpa. He asked me if I wanted to see something interesting.
Frogs contribute to global warming.
Yeah, I'm sure. Nowhere near as much as the cows, but anyway. And he took me to the edge of the pond, and up came, I'm not kidding you, this had to be, if not 15, something like 20 or more catfish came to the surface of this pond on cue as soon as they saw the silhouette of this guy on the water, waiting to be fed. They knew it was lunchtime, dinner time, whatever. I guess it was towards sunset at that point. And they were like, hooray, he's back. I'm like, I didn't even know catfish would do that. I thought they were bottom feeders.
Smart catfish. They remember who the food is. Hey, man, this is an easy handout. Throw it here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had the farm for many, many, many decades, and he grew peanuts on it.
Oh, okay.
That's where I learned what a peanut shovel was. The guy had, I don't know if he had cows, but he had one bull on the property named George, and George was kind of slow-minded, slow about everything. Well, George got spooked one day, took after Grandpa. They still don't know why, and all Grandpa could see was a whole lot of bull headed his way, and he just
Who's this Joe?
He reflexively picked up
I have
his.
no idea.
Who's this Joe guy? Yeah, who's this Joe guy?
He's new here.
Let's see what his channel's all about. Let me guess. There's no videos. Let me guess.
No videos.
Of course, he's just trolling, trying to get after. Yeah, thanks, Joe. You're very informative. Yeah, we'd rather have our guns or something. Drop dead, dude. I'm an American. You kiss my ass. Fuck off. Oh, did I say that? Oh,
I second the motion.
If you're not an American, just stay out of our business. Just pay attention to where you live. Anyway.
Which I strongly suspect I know where it is.
Yeah, I do. I think I know where that is.
Cough, Southern Hemisphere. Cough, cough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but oh yeah.
Can I say a few things?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Without here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You guys are talking about this. I'm really glad you guys are talking about this because it's gonna give me something to talk about later during my stream.
Mm-hmm.
I'm bringing this out, by the way. You'll see me bring up these topics later on in a couple hours.
Is Joe a friend of yours?
I don't know this person.
I don't know him. He's new here.
Yeah,
I'm just agreeing with the point. What he just said about that. Nobody's helping the problem, right? I agree with that, right? They better spray something, and and get on their hands and knees or whatever, pull out some weeds, and then maintain the yard, and grow an apple tree or increase the plant life, right? And hopefully bring the wildlife back so nature becomes more in balance again, right? Hey, look, I grew some sunflowers. The pollinators are coming back. Oh, the dragonflies are coming back. Oh, there's less mosquitoes. Oh, the birds are coming back. All this stuff. I'll just say it like that. I just wanted to point that out.
Bob, you're
okay. I think that's my segue. That's my segue to slip out here. Anyways, Shadow, thanks for having me on once again.
Can't hear you, Bob.
No, he muted himself.
Yeah, I'm running this grinder here while we're chit-chatting.
Oh, okay.
I don't expect the government.
You're saying something. Sorry.
I don't expect the government to do too much. I want the government to leave me alone. That's...
Anyways, everyone, Ms. Boo, Bob, it was nice to talk to you all again. Drop shameless plug-in. Drop by my stream if you feel like it. I will be discussing a few extra things like this tonight. Okay. So
cool.
I appreciate everyone. Anyways, take care, everyone. I'll catch you all later.
Peace out, CR.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Later.
Take care, CR.
CR, I know that you hang out an extra second, dear, so I hope you know every time you said, "Can I say something?" and I said no, I hope you know I was just messing with you. I love teasing with CR.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, and he's
a good guy.
Panel. He's
he
is. On the panel too. I got worried a couple hours ago when his mic was acting up a little bit. I was like, no, not today, dude. We sounded great in practice. We had a few minutes to say hello before the stream began and whatnot. That's the second thing I'm thinking of. I'll bring that up to you later, Shadow. And it's no big secret, Bob. We've been, we've been studying a bit of a problem that's been going on in recent weeks and whatnot. And I suspect we just saw a sign of it.
What do you mean? What exactly? What are you talking about?
Well, when you talk about a person that starts attracting more numbers and attracting more people, you're going to come up with an unhappy camper.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And inevitably, at some point, it's going to bring about some troll activity. So we've got
Yeah.
we've got our plans in place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Someone in particular seems to want to have some sort of debate or some unkind words towards me and whatnot.
I
And
think
I'm waiting to return the favor.
I think I know who it is, and he's
I know you know who it is.
a lot of Marxist talking points, and it's like, dude, if you don't like it here, get out of this country, leave.
Time to bring back the bumper sticker.
Mm-hmm.
I now I can't remember the bumper sticker, but it was something like America,
Yeah, love it or leave it.
Love it with your heart or get your ass out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You have that option.
Yeah, you do. Passport will take you. Yeah,
there are other 90 free countries on this planet.
A whole lot more. Yeah.
You're welcome to go discover them.
Yeah, if those 93 countries doesn't fit you, you can choose South Pole or North Pole.
There you go. Antarctica for your summer vacation.
At some point, apparently, they did have some kind of...
Get a copy. I'll be right back.
You've heard of that Perry Reese map?
Yeah.
That thing is mind-blowing. Yes, I watch Ancient Aliens, but... So some of the stuff that they say is just a little bit out there, and some of it's quite interesting to think about. They've been on a lot this week in particular because Egypt is currently celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb. So they've been having a lot of fanfare and night festivals, and looks real cool.
Party time.
Yeah. When I was a little girl, a lot of the artifacts from King Tut's tomb came over here, and my Aunt Becky was able to go see them in the museums there. She was just blown away with how vivid the colors were and everything after so many centuries and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Balut John. Yeah, it's true. It's about 55 pesos to $1 US. Yeah, dollar goes a long way there. Especially the farther you get away from Manila. Everything in Manila costs you twice as much as the rest of the country.
That's pretty much the case for so many capital cities and main hubs of transportation. I'm betting they have a big airport there too.
Oh yeah, big. Yeah, that's one of that was for a long time, the main international airport. But Cebu is opening up another. Cebu's just rebuilt their airport, and it's just gorgeous, man, just beautiful. Yeah, it's the same way if you go to Chicago or New York or Los Angeles, Seattle. They're going to cost you twice as much for the same basic item as it does in the rest of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like guys like Joe because I ask them directly, what have you done to take care of your own problems? No, not government. What have you done? You have a problem.
He'll be able to talk. He's just got to hang out for like a minute and a half more. Mm-hmm. But he better be a little bit,
frustrated.
No, we've discussed this before. We call it a family-friendly place. And that's one of the things that Shadow wants is for all of his chatters to feel welcome.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to cause controversy or if you want to be rude towards another chatter for some reason or something like that, then we're going to act on it. Has nothing to do with anything personal. It has to do with us protecting the overall veracity of the room.
Yeah.
I blocked you because you seem to be very negative, Joe, and we all suspect that
I know who he
you've
is.
made up this name because you're someone else.
And just a troll.
I don't think you're a troll. I think you're someone that we know who has made yet another account, which, if I'm keeping count correctly, would now be account number 4.
How childish. How childish is that? You know? I mean, really, you know?
Plus, he lied to the entire, if this is the same person, he lied to the entire chat room and said, oh, I had to sign in under a new name because I could not get my browser to accept it. Yeah, my browser crashed. That's the reason I couldn't sign in. Well, number one, you come back after a crash, you put in your password, and you come back with the same name. Mm-hmm. The reason the person didn't return with the same name was because they were blocked. Now, this person accused me of being a liar and was not.
That's pleasant.
Then we lit him up on panel to discuss this, and he talked for a solid hour and a half and would not let the rest of us speak. Bob was the most generous person on the panel, let him, tire himself out, and then Bob brought up some points, and I was like, well, I'm not going to jump in the middle of this because then it sounds like I'm trying to be controversial. I'm not. I can defend myself, and everything that this person was accusing me of, which is such as not reading certain holy texts and whatnot, that's very inaccurate. Thank you, John. Bob, I believe you had a question for Joe.
Your parents need to finish raising you. Joe, do you need me change your little panties? You did it. Oh, did you poop in your pants, Joe? Oh, sorry, Joe.
Bob,
don't go poop. What?
Bob, I think you had a very interesting question for Joe. I'd like for you to ask him.
Yes. Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, you said Americans. I'm an American. So, yeah.
Well, first,
discriminate my points of view.
Let me scroll back and make sure that I've got my point here right. But didn't he say something to the effect? I want to check this out.
No, Joe, did you have nap time today? Are you getting grouchy?
Save them bugs. You can pack them for the kids' lunches. Save the schools a few bucks. That's real interesting because I just read a news article just days ago that was highlighted on the John Talks channel. If y'all haven't seen the John Talks channel on YouTube, look it up. It's hilarious. All the videos are usually between 20 and 45 seconds long, and they're a hoot. But all the headlines are real. And one of those headlines was that European countries are going to start adding mealworms and other types of insects to their meat to serve to their kids in school lunches. I did not make that up.
I have read about that too, so yeah.
Well, I've eaten insects. I think if they're going to do that, you should have a choice. Go for regular beef or mixed. I think that's the way it should be done if that's what they want to do. You know, but
they have discussed doing it in America. I've seen it on the news.
I've heard about it. You know. Yeah, you know. I give you an example. Last April when we were overseas and the oldest niece, Ate, was saying, Uncle, is it true that the U.S. burns a lot of plastic not much. There's not much of it they burn. And she, another time she mentioned about how the U.S. throws all this, so much garbage into the sea that it's creating the Pacific Gyre. And I said, we don't do that. And I went on YouTube and I found different companies that recycle plastics. It's a big one in Tennessee where they bring in train loads of plastics, make it into lumber and electronic waste she was mentioning. And I found out that she was getting all this anti-American propaganda on Facebook. So I lined up a playlist of, videos showing companies in the United States. Europe exports e-waste out. U.S. doesn't do that. We take it right at home. And I showed her a playlist of these different companies in the U.S. that process this stuff. And I said, I love you, honey. I'm not going to lie to you. And here are these different companies that you can look up yourself. And come to find out, it's Chinese propaganda trying to slander anything that the U.S. does, because China is the ones China, Indonesia, Malaysia, those are the countries who dump a lot of plastic into the ocean. It's not us. So.
Okay. Joe, you're acting as though we are the only country doing that, and I disagree with you highly. That's number one. Number two, I've already dropped 3 hints about how positive an environment we have always enjoyed on this channel right now, with the exception of one single person who you just happen to be echoing, and you're speaking very negatively. As Bob asked a few minutes ago, what are you doing about it? That's what I was going back through your messages about to see.
Yeah.
I thought at one moment you claimed not to be American, and then you are American. Well, then you're part of the problem too. What have you done?
Yeah. What have you done,
just
Joe?
Getting to the point, no. I'm not going to sit up here and just let you fill up the entire damn chat with negative crap about how Americans are the worst thing on the planet. Let me do say this before I do press that little mute thing again, and hopefully we'll get the message across to you. I doubt it, but I'll give it a shot. Why is Japan such a successful country right now?
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you why. It has something to do with we having one of the only militaries on the face of the planet that after a war situation will make amends and try to help rebuild the country that we have been in.
Well, true.
So
Very
while
true.
you're busy, and that has a great deal to do with why Japan is the technological powerhouse on the planet that it is today and what they can provide. Really don't care much about your gardening because you're sowing right now. You're sowing discord in the chat, and I don't like it.
Joe, are
We
you
were
grouchy?
giggling, we were having fun, we were giggling,
Joe.
we were talking about the topics.
Joe.
And John got you pretty good there when he made his comment about.
Oh, Joe, you need nap time. You need get your graham crackers and a little warm glass of milk, Joe. Go lay down. You're grouchy. I think I know who that is. Oh, you're grouchy, Joe. Oh, let's change your Pampers. Change your diaper and get some warm milk. Some
I don't know if it goes
crackers.
back that far, but I'm agreeing with John on the home training part.
I think I know exactly who that is. Well, Joe, you can move back to Tijuana, like you said. You were a resident of Mexico. You're a liar. I lived in Mexico and I got free health care there, and the government. You shut the hell up. No, you didn't. Jeez, what a troll. Oh. Excuse me.
No problem.
Hang on a second. I just want to make sure that I do this in the... Oh, dear God. Does anybody mind if I clean up the area a little bit?
Please do. It's okay, Tammy. It happens to me.
Hey, Tammy, how's it going? Now'd be a great time for one of your jokes.
Yeah, Tammy got so comfy, so she nodded off a bit.
Oh,
it
she
happens
did,
to
huh?
me. Yeah, it happens to me sometimes
Yeah.
too.
Oh, y'all don't mind me. I'm just busying myself away. Got out my broom, sweeping up a little stuff here.
Sweeping up a little trash.
Yeah.
Joe.
Oh, I love somebody in me. Oh my goodness.
Joe, do you want me to call you a wambulance? Are you gonna be okay?
Whoops.
Shadow, breathe, brother, breathe.
Oh, Lord in heaven.
And tonight's news, a Swedish man passed out during a live.
Oh man, like I'm saying, we just, like I said, we saw it coming a long time ago, so we've had a long time to kind of plan on it.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, that was good. That was good for me. It was good for you.
I basically left my ass off.
Good deal.
Now, see, now we can see the other chatters. There we go.
Cry with laughter. You're right, Ando. I sure did.
Oh, wait a minute. I missed the one where he's whining that we're all attacking him. Hang on. I got work to do. Somebody to take care of. I missed one. One got away from me. Where is that whining? Come on. Oh, I get it. I can just see it on the other channel. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, God, that was funny.
Thank you, Hando, for that.
But anytime Joe's friend would like to come back and finish that debate, I just want to give you a little fair warning. You know, I've got all my C4 and all my claymores ready, so
rock on, girly girl. Rock on.
Have that, buddy.
Hit them hard.
I know how to plant them and how to put the directions where it faces forward.
Yep, face towards enemy.
Yeah. And those claymore are extra powerful.
Yes, they are.
Bob got me in mid-swallow.
Uh-oh. Oh, geez.
It was worth it. It was so worth it. Oh, sorry, guys. Whoo!
I agree.
I just, what have you done, man? What have you done to correct this thing that you find to be such a problem? It's always, no, it's not up to me. It's not up to me. It's the government. Man, shut up.
I don't know which one I like better, that or I have a kid and I'd like to leave, but I can't abandon the kid. So we have a few excuses lined up.
Yeah,
Apologize in advance if I'm being hard on somebody. All I can do is
it
say
is
to
the
the other
first time.
chatters is there's stuff going on behind the scenes you don't know about, and
Yeah,
just please
that's-
trust us. We're just doing a little house cleaning, that's all.
Yeah, it's not picking on one person, but this one guy sets a pattern.
No, as a matter of fact, we, like I say, in the past have invited such people up onto the panel. Okay, explain your case, but we had no idea that when they would do that their real objective was to come up and I've never seen anything like it. They could just talk so steadily, they literally would not let anyone else speak.
Well, that's one of the patterns at Antifa. That's why they interrupt anyone else getting together in Oregon, Seattle, and with violence, because they will not allow people to communicate with each other.
No, because
that's what Antifa.
Only
that's the communists
their
do.
point of view is going to be the point of view that's going to be heard. It's the only point of view that's going to be taught, and you can't even say by God because they're not agreeing with that philosophy either. But by God, they're going to have their way. And they have brought. I was thinking about this earlier today. They have brought word twisting to a new artistic form, the likes of which I have never witnessed in my life. From a debate point of view, you can almost respect it. From a realistic point of view, it's not accomplishing a damn thing.
Nothing.
And it's certainly not making the atmosphere here as welcoming as we want it to be. And that's how we like it. Welcoming, helpful. By all means, yes. I know that Shadow wants to help people, wants to get this information out there. They are very good points for the time that we're living in, and these are important things that we're doing. That's a hell of a lot better way to spend our time than dragging people down with accusations of things that have already been done. Yeah, find a country on the planet that isn't guilty of that, including the same countries that are bugging us about going completely electric. Well, how do they think we're going to generate that electricity that all those electric cars are going to run on?
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Circular arguments, because it's going to go right back to producing the electricity. And if anybody's looked into it worth a dang, they'd find out we couldn't support, if half of the Americans could buy electric automobiles that are either hybrids or run solely on electricity, our grid would not support a way to reduce them. Not for decades. Not for decades. It would take us decades to build enough stations just for those automobiles to be able to recharge overnight.
Yeah, it would.
And we got a White House spokesman that gets out there on a daily basis, and she has the nerve to say that the current administration has done more for this country than any other administration in the past 100 years. Folks, when you're being lied to at that kind of level, yeah, you got real problems. Because that is some kind of that's a future psychoanalysis bill for someone. Yep.
Little rainbow unicorn rainbow poo. Just put it in the tank. Mental cases. Yeah, I agree, Hado. I do.
And it kind of fits into today's title, personal personality types.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see getting more electric cars, but you can't do it overnight. You know, I don't have any problem with it. We can adapt. Everyone around the world can adapt. Okay, bring it on. Whatever, you know. Been trying to do it in
As
less
soon as
than
the
a
average
few
American
years.
average price is $60,000 for an electric car, come on.
Oh yeah, that's a lot
Yeah.
of money, man. That's way more than we can afford. You know.
There's
Yeah, it
there's
is.
no
They
area
need
for
to find a way to make them cheaper, more affordable.
You can't get off a stage. Oh yeah, you know, if you take away fossil fuels, that means my wife and son can't get to the medical facilities that they work in, and people die. You know, yeah. Let's shut off the fossil fuels. Okay.
Yeah, and how hard is China hitting us up for our coal? That hadn't backed off any.
No, they're still. I mean, there's a facility here on the West Coast. You can see their rail cars lined up full of coal, sending it to the Chinese.
And
I've been to
still
China.
opening more of them. There are so many that are in current construction every single day. They are still cranking them out. They aren't backing off.
No, they're. I've been to China 3 times, and I haven't seen the sun once in that country. It is dirty. The air is dirty there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And at the risk of looking like I lean one direction or another, I do like to point out that a couple of years ago, last administration, we were the #1 producer of crude oil on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Now we've been reduced to begging from not one but 2 countries we have sanctions against, and we have no business even speaking through an intermediary to Iran.
I think a lot of that is because it takes a lot of money to purchase it from other countries, and the greedy people catch some of that money as it's going from bank to bank. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. But if it goes stays inside of this circle inside the U.S., it's harder for them to pilfer. You know, it's all about corruption, man. Which is what a lot of it is.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Daniel. Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Saudis have never stopped taking our phone calls until we got into the current administration, and suddenly looking like some friendships are strained there. Not only are they strained, somebody's going to turn around and say, wow, we think we'll raise the price per barrel. And I never can remember the name of it, but Bob, have you heard of this Russia, India, and 3 other countries that have made their own grouping together? They want to have their group like Europe has, like NATO has, and whatnot, and they want to impose their own types of sanctions against countries and whatnot. I just feel so sorry for the Russian people. And for my European friends, everybody loses. The second that pipeline shut down, I mean, I'm very concerned about what's happening with my friends in Europe in this upcoming winter. I have reason to be worried about what's going to be happening over here, too. If you've ever checked out the YouTube channel Mr. MBB333, he came out with a video 3 days ago about, I mean, I knew that Lake Mead was having problems and whatnot. I had no idea how bad the drought situation was across the country. Now, it's happening worldwide. They showed it in other countries as well. But what's going on here really worries me as far as what we're going to be able to produce in the farming sectors. Because they're already talking about either shutting some cities off from access of water, or their bills are going to go up something like, oh gosh, I forget it's something like 600%, which is going to
That's
be
a lot.
undoable. Well, yeah, it's gonna be undoable when you add it to everything else. Every other person I'm talking to, if they rent, their rent is going up automatically a bare minimum of 10%, if it hasn't already. Um, then, of course, you got the sticker shock whenever you go to the grocery store. Um, just because they managed to lower gas prices for a little while by hitting our strategic reserves, well, guess what? That means if, again, God forbid, should we get put in a situation where we are called to arms on something, they're just went our reserves, buddy. So as far as I can tell, this administration is nothing about doing anything whatsoever that has any positive effect on the country, the workforce, the people, the
They're just pilfering.
security. Yeah, yeah. It's all about destruction. And then
Well,
having the nerve to set somebody out front to say, hey, we just gave you a rainbow. We will be happy to turn around and drop our pants so you can thank us appropriately. Not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Yeah. Well, that's why. Well, I don't have a million years of food and water stored away. I got enough to sustain us for a while, you know. But yeah, just in case anything happens, you know, I got enough to sustain us for a while. I have more than one way of cooking, even when power is off. Yeah. I think everybody should be doing a little bit of stuff like that. And way to stay warm, way to be able to cook more than one way. Yeah, it's just smart. But it took me years to do all this stuff. You know, unfortunately, there's a lot of folks who just can't do it or haven't thought of it. You know.
Well, Hendo, I think that you're right about the elections that we've got coming up. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the elections 2 years after that. That's all I can say. But you're going to radicalize the people and hurt them to the point where I think we're going to see some interesting choices made. And I don't think it's going to turn into a civil war either, because you can only hurt people so badly until they realize, hey, you know what? We are going to need each other to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind the fact that that all started on not a precipice, on the predication that civil war was already breaking out in small areas, and that was proven to be true by several people that made Facebook videos and got them out there. Interestingly enough, every one of the ones that I saw was produced by a Black American that said that when they witnessed this oh goodness. Anyway, it was basically an overglorified street fight that was supposed to be white against black.
Yeah.
3 different witnesses that I watched their entire videos said, I was there and I watched 6 buses of the same bus line all pull up together. The people all got out of the same 6 buses. Then they broke into 2 separate groups and commenced to have this fight. If you look closely at the footage, you will see this happened just a short span of time before Trump got elected.
Yeah.
That's how far back they've been implanting these seeds that supposedly this is how bad the race situation is in America. And since then, what's been done with it, it's what they are doing. There's no attempt at anyone trying to get along. Now the group that's on top is just basically doing a mimicry of what the worst of the other side supposedly did. That's payback. That's not trying to make an advancement.
I only hear a little bit of news occasionally. I detest it. I can't tolerate it. And there for a while
Will not watch it.
They were pushing the narrative that racial division in the United States is worse than ever. And I look, okay, just in my neighborhood right here, okay, my wife's Filipino. The couple that lives behind us are from India. Another couple down the road are from India. Another couple are Latinos. Right across the street from me, she's Native American and he's white. Oh yeah, we're just at each other's throats, aren't we?
I guarantee you that one thing you all have in common is you have a right to be worried about how many criminals are flooding over our borders unchecked, and we don't know what cities they are winding up in.
Correct.
They are throwing away their IDs at a certain point before they come over that border, and we're giving them plane tickets in the middle of the night and flying them to different cities located all through the nation. We're basically embedding potential. I'm sure there's some good people in there, but potential people that have really bad backgrounds, everything from murderers to fill in the blank of a very bad crime, felony level.
And they say in the month of May, there was 30,000 who came across the southern border, unvetted people. 30,000 in 1
things
month.
that they're obscuring from coming across the news is just
a lot of people on one
terrifying. Since the onset of the CVID, the overdose rate has tripled. The suicide rate has tripled. Not a word about this on the news, folks.
Yeah.
Nor the fact that the majority of the people that are falling prey to it are, guess what? Our young people.
Yeah, our own folks. Yeah, the young people. Yeah, Shadow, the month of May, over 30,000 undocumented, unvetted came across the southern border in the United States. That's more than the people in the city that I live in.
Yeah.
Okay. Got that? That's an entire city in 1 month.
The numbers I heard was in 1 quarter, which I suspect is 3 months, was 200,000 in a 3-month period.
And, we were going to have a house blessing here a week or so ago, and a Filipino lady makes food, and she made food and brought it over, and we were going to feed the priests and all that. Just a very small service. Us and a Filipina friend. And we got onto that topic of, because they're both legally come here. They were thoroughly vetted. So were their husbands and all that. Thoroughly vetted. I'd like to get my wife here. I brought her here a fiance visa. I was vetted. So was she. And her 2 kids were vetted. And now these two Filipino ladies were standing there talking about this, and that pisses them off. Because they came here legally. They immediately went to work, found jobs, went to work, produced, added to society.
And I guarantee you they know more about American history than the average high school student that has graduated from any high school in the United States of America. Because it means something to them.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
They have to answer those questions to get what they need to get into the country legally. God bless them.
Yeah. And those 2 ladies were talking about it, and they didn't go on about it too much, but it does upset them that, but
of course it does.
Is that, who's that? Hendo says, looking at 1 million across the southern border.
It adds year? Up over time. He may be talking about just since the current administration got in and just said, hey,
stop construction.
Down. Oh, but we got a vice president that's going to go visit it any day now.
Yeah, but that is a bigger threat to me and my family than racial division narrative. I mean, really, it is a bigger threat to our safety, than anything else. It really is. I don't know who these people are. Most of them are probably just want to come here and immigrate and blend in and like everyone else. Most of them, but there's a lot of them who don't. They're here for a reason.
I spent over 5 hours. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They're probably on the run from their home country. Yeah, that's why they came here. Try to escape. They're probably fugitives on the run from their home country.
I think it's kind of a Hydra situation. I think it's not only that, but I think you've also got the fact that, okay, here's what happened with China. We made a complaint to China about the fentanyl that was coming in over the border to be mixed with the heroin. By the way, that's what's killing everybody. It's not the medication that was legally given to pain patients, which is now taken away from American pain patients. They're also like 5 times the suicide rate. You can look it up with a Dr. Thomas Klein, Kline. He has a Twitter account. He has a YouTube account. His videos are short, to the point, and boy, will he teach you something. But getting back to the point was, fentanyl is no longer manufactured in China.
I know. It's made in Mexico.
So what happened? There you go. There you go. But now they've got something that's even killing people faster. They're mixing it with the benzodiazepines, and it's called benzodope. And they said this kills people so fast that literally as they inhale it, they won't even get a chance to like drop whatever they're smoking it from, however they're administering it, before they're dead.
I heard something about that, but I couldn't recall what it was called. Yeah.
The shows that I've been watching are Vice, and I'm kind of on the fence about where Vice is coming from. Hi, Lynn. Thank you for joining us today. And Be Savage. Good to see you, dear. Yeah, it's not about standing on the one side of the fence or the other side of the fence. It's crying, hey, we've had too much. At this point, really don't care who put him in office. It's bad when the guy finishes his speech and then has to call somebody up to the podium to help walk him off. I mean, that's a true story.
That's so embarrassing.
He had some politician that was standing beside him talking, and he let the guy go back to his seat. Then he finished his speech, and he was like, so-and-so, come back up here. I don't know how to walk off the stage.
Where's the kids? Where are the children?
Stumble around. And like I say, check out the channel John Talks. There's no underscore in between it. It's a space. John Talks. Not only are they hilarious, he comes out with 2 or 3 videos a day, but they're all short. And even though it's humor, there's so much truth in the humor about we've lost our minds. Like one of his most popular titles of a video is "It's Time to Leave Earth." You'll see that title a lot because it points out some of the bat crap crazy stuff that's going on in the country.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that's going on.
But a lot of us have managed not to say, okay, well, we're just going to give up and go leave. And hello, Rampadora. I hope I said that right.
Yeah.
Hello, dear.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Welcome, Rampadora. Good to see you. Well, you have morning. I have
evening.
Past me, actually, 14 minutes past midnight. So
10 minutes later than last night.
Yeah.
So see, you were in training last night. It's put to good use.
Indeed.
Welcome back, Bob.
Thank you. Yeah. As far as my prepping stuff, I found one of the most important things right here. We're moving in and stuff. Well, this thing right here, that's a stud finder. I gotta go back and hang up my little lanterns on the stairwell so that when power fails, we won't tumble down the stairs and different things like that. This is a damned important little tool, man. Oh, that's what I'll be doing some of that stuff this evening, putting candles in places and
Cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I ever show you guys those little lanterns? I might have. I'll be right back.
I don't. Yeah, show us one of your. I love to see Bob's stuff. I love to see what he's been working on. For if you're new to the channel and you haven't seen, because Bob just moved, so I don't know if he's creating a new man cave or whatnot. But just the machinery this guy had in his place alone will just make you drool. Because if Bob doesn't have it, Bob can make it. And we're not making that up, are we, Shadow?
No, we don't. He has a lot
Mega
of
love
stuff.
shout out, Len. Mega love shout out. We love our friends that know what that means.
Yeah.
That's how I met Shadow. I can't remember if it was by joining Darren or if it was by joining J Mike, but I remember looking at a title once and I said, who's giving away bananas and why are they doing it? And I met a great bunch of people.
It is.
Okay.
You just missed Miss Verna. See how fast I got him?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Bob. That was me. I'll take it back.
Verna.
Here we go again.
Tomorrow for old England we sail. Oh yeah. Oh, I bought these little lanterns in secondhand stores or IKEA lanterns. These were all about $2 or $3 a piece. Need to dust them a little bit, but I have these on my stairwell.
Yeah, I love those.
They're really nice, and
They're
these
really
are
nice.
These are the brackets that I made. Now people will put old printers out on the curb, and they're full of these stainless steel round bar. So I welded all these pieces together, cut a notch in them right here on the lathe, and then welded a fender washer on it, just one nail into a stud, and then hang these lanterns up on my stairwell like that. Just reach in there.
I think those are much prettier than the square ones.
Yeah.
That have like the that have
all
like
the stuff
the crossbars or whatnot. Those are much nicer.
They really nice. They are nice because you can walk past them and the tea light doesn't go out. But all the steel was for free because it was just salvaged out of junk, and a hardware store washer.
What we tell you while he was gone, folks, if Bob doesn't have it, he can make it.
I can make it. Yeah, you bet.
I was bragging about your man cave.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Are you gonna make another one?
Yeah. We've like my milling machine and a lathe are still over at the old house, and it'll be. We got it cost us $5,000 to get to break the lease, and when we get that paid off, then we'll have a date to finish moving out. And we're going to hire a truck with a lift gate and 2 strong men. And that's when we're going to get the milling machine and the lathe over here and a few other big, heavy items, Well, there's my neighbor, the Native American lady. Yeah. We're so racially divided that, I can't live next to a Native American.
$5,000 to break a lease.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're going to be there at least through November, still in this house and that one. But yeah, my man cave's coming, but it's going to take time.
I'm
I got
sure that's a lot of big equipment.
Yeah, I took everything over here that I could possibly carry and all that, but it's just going to take time, you know.
Yeah. But you
Good
will
things
get there.
take time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Man cave is coming. Yeah, I got some of this stuff set up. You know, there's some of my tools over there. You know, tools and supplies and some stuff like that. Yeah. I love my shop, so I can pick up junk off the side of the road and make it. Mm-hmm.
I'm going
I
to
love
take
that
a
attitude that comes with
bathroom
your
break
shop.
for 30 seconds. I'll be back.
Okay. That's where I was just now. Let me get a tea light here, and yeah, I've got 4 of these little lanterns right here to hang up on the stairwell, and probably one of them down in the first floor half bathroom, you know, and then the rest to go on the stairwell and upstairs. Because you don't want to tumble down the stairs to, you know, if power's out and you have a broken wrist or something, that would really suck, you know.
Yeah.
Here, just a second, I'll get a tea light.
Well, while Bob is doing that, for those of y'all that don't know, I teased him about Miss Verna. If you don't know Miss Verna, I love to tell people this. She's a lovely Filipina lady. I met her through Darren Dobson's channel as well. Darren Dobson and Darren Dobson Travels is his 2 channels, and along with his friend J Mike. And the first time that I met her, I asked her quite literally. I said, "Are you a model?" Because when I say she's gorgeous, I mean she's that kind of gorgeous. And yes, I'm talking about your favorite
Verna,
person next to your wife, Miss Verna.
She is a beautiful woman, man.
She's gorgeous. And looks like a sweetheart too.
Most of the Filipinas are. They're really sweet. They're very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Here's one of my other invention things, but I'll go to thrift stores and buy old sewing machines and get all the metal parts out, take it all apart and put them in a bin. And these were these parts are welded together out of a sewing machine, and I put a tea light in the top. I think I've showed this already, but
no, I hadn't seen that one.
Now this is a coffee warmer, and got some sheet steel and bent it, and some salvage steel from old chairs and stuff. And
nice.
It's a coffee warmer. Let me get this thing lit up first. And
yeah, and it works pretty good too.
It does. Keeps my coffee nice and warm.
I love what you showed us a couple of weeks ago. The thing that you could use to cook on too. That was a little stroke of genius there.
There we go. Here's the tea light, and then in the base there's a little stud that this sits down on top of.
But yeah, I do love the fact that you repurpose things.
Yeah.
So much for the negative Nelly I'm not going to refer to a little while ago.
Yeah, well, any amount of money I save in the shop goes to a couple more cans of beans, you know.
And he's always making stuff that he's going to be taking home during the holidays too, as well. I know you were talking about working on some boxes. I asked him if he had sent one that he had made some gifts for his nieces and whatnot, and those have already been shipped. No, I'm working on the boxes that are going with us on the holidays.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeannie.
Yeah. We've already sent a bunch of Bollock Bayon boxes to go to our house, and then I stopped in at the supermarket the other day and I bought my nieces some chocolate for our December visit. You know, gotta sweet those ladies up. You gotta give them some chocolate. They love that stuff. Jeannie Nanoy.
Be Savage. I gotta agree with you on that one. Yeah, I think he's handsome too.
Who? Hostess handsome. Oh yeah. You're
Actually,
really
I
good
think you're
looking,
both
Swede.
handsome. If you wanted, so
Swede,
that's just me.
It's okay. We're gonna have a coming out party here, Swede. I'm here for you. I've always wanted to have a little Swede in my life.
Hi, here we go.
Rampadora, you don't like chocolate? Oh my God.
I still don't think he's being honest about his age, but that's just me.
No, my nieces are Filipino and they love that chocolate, man. Yeah, don't stroke my ego.
I got the craziest thing about chocolate. It came out in one of my blood screenings a couple of weeks ago. They said that I'm super low on potassium. I don't know if you know this. Probably most of you don't, thank God. But if you're super low on potassium, they can give it to you in an IV, and it's one of the most painful experiences I've ever had. It's like having hot lava poured into your veins. And they can't slow it down past a certain amount, or it will crystallize in the tube, block the tube, and they have to throw the whole tube away and restart the IV.
Oh, nasty.
So I begged my doctor, I said, please let me try to correct it with diet, and let's check again in a few weeks. Does that sound acceptable? Because, oh, I'm sorry, I missed a step. They gave me potassium supplements. I've never in my life taken a pill that gives you pain.
That's weird.
And I was stuck that way for 10 hours until it wore completely out of my system, and was taking opioid painkillers at the same time that did not touch it. It was that painful. So I'm like, okay. I pulled up drugs.com and I looked up a sheet that tells you what is high in potassium. Well, of course, you got bananas and you got potatoes, and that's great. I love those. But at the top of the third list is chocolate. I'm like, oh, dear God, don't tell me chocolate's high in potassium.
Welcome, Fishing Frustrations UK. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, Thor, how you doing?
Yeah, I love chocolate. You. Hey, Thor, good to see you, brother.
How's the honeymoon been going?
Yeah, it's my cat.
Oh, there's a cat. Oh, yeah, got to get some lap time.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Albus?
Yep.
Yeah, Albus is photo ready. Albus is the visitor, and Cassandra is the chatter.
Yeah.
Rampadora, are you Filipina?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, guapa. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I love kids.
My roommate's great about keeping bananas around. I just... I need to go back to my magic bullet and figure out another healthy way to there are a lot of things that are high in potassium that I just did not guess, like broccoli. I would not have guessed.
I hope you get a lot of honey then, Thor.
But I was eating potatoes every day with the potato skins, and that started getting old real quick.
Rampo, you said you don't like chocolate? Is that who said she doesn't like chocolate? What kind of a Filipina are you? A Filipina that doesn't like chocolate? That's against the law, isn't it?
She has an allergy to it.
Oh, bummer. Too bad. Well, I'll give more of it to my nieces. I was going to send you some, but no need.
Thor says the honeymoon is great.
All right.
That's good news.
Yeah. I hope he got a lot of honey then.
Thor, when you're done with the honeymoon, we want you to come back and visit us and get on the panel and everything, because we miss you.
Yeah. I agree. Blue Eyes, good to see you.
All right.
Hey, bro. My mic working?
Yep.
Well, your mic works perfectly.
Not actually been on one of your lives yet, so I thought I'd have to pop up.
Oh, Lynn wants some chocolates. Oh my goodness. Don't tell my Asawa though. Don't tell my wife. I'll send you chocolate. Shh. You have to be
Ooh.
quiet.
Okay, well, she's got a good reason. If you're allergic to chocolate, then yeah.
I got to bring my nieces some chocolates this year. Yeah.
That's the spirit, Thor.
Yeah, that's the
If
spirit.
you're lucky, it's never over, hon.
Mm-hmm.
No such thing.
Or
We
Ooh, fajitas even sounds good.
start off every morning with a warm hug. That's works for me. Yeah. Keeps the marriage alive. Keeps things good. Nice
Blue
warm
Eyes,
hug
how you
every
doing?
morning.
How you doing? I'm Becky. Nice to meet you.
Hiya, Becky. Yeah, I'm good.
Hello.
I'm just sitting here having a few beers, seeing Brother Swede on. I normally catch him on other channels, and sometimes I catch him on his channel. But so
Yeah.
I'd come up because he knows I like to sing, but I also like to chat.
How are things in the UK this evening?
Well, for me, they're okay. News-wise, I don't watch news because it's depressing, and I don't do depressing.
Well, you're with us then.
Yeah, same
I
here.
don't watch news. Bob doesn't
Same here.
watch news. We don't.
I don't want to hear it. Yeah.
Yep. We don't believe in buying into the depression. Forget it. I don't like to be lied to. It just pisses me off.
Oh, nice fresh pork, Thor. Right on. You just butchered a pig. Good deal. Very fresh.
Yeah, that is so fresh. So the steaks go well, get the legs and walk by themselves to this fridge.
But when Swede doesn't mind me having a cigarette and a beer while I'm on his channel, but he knows it's
Well,
me anyway.
well, Bob smokes, so
Yeah,
that's
so,
no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm puffing away
I got
as
told
we speak.
Yeah, I got told off one time for drinking and smoking on the channel. So I just like
That's a little bit severe. We have a buddy in Scotland. He seems like a nice enough fellow, but after he gets a few pints of Guinness in him, we can't make out what he is saying. His accent is so thick.
Yeah, Guinness does that to you.
I've heard that too.
No, I used to drink it years ago, but now I'm just purely on lager because I do have drinking issues.
I do like a brown ale. There's a pub here in my area. They hand make beer and ale, and I like ale. Oh, I like their ale. It's yummy, but too habit forming. I gotta time it. I don't want to be there every day.
Yeah, in the UK, brown ale is called a madman's drink because if you drink too much of it, you just turn mad.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I've been to England several times, and that's where I got the taste for it. Was like, this is good. This is delicious. It's a lot better than just regular beer. Much better flavor.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, I'll just stick with plain and simple 4% lager.
Oh, Carlsberg.
3.9%.
3. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was 4%, but you know what I mean. I've got a dodgy memory.
Don't we all sometimes? Let's see, Lynn. Lynn is the one who likes chocolate.
Yeah.
Lynn, how can I smuggle chocolate to you? How can I do it without the wife knowing? How can I do that? We'll have a secret rendezvous. I'll be in the Philippines here in holidays, Lynn. Where are you in the Philippines? We'll have a secret rendezvous.
Yeah,
Yep.
choose a tree and put it there.
No, yeah, it's not happening.
Not happening, no. That would be bad for my health.
Yeah.
Just send it via post.
Fish chips and a pint of Guinness.
Mm-hmm. And did Thor leave us again?
Yeah, probably.
I like him. He's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah, he has a lot of sense of humor.
I think those went off to eat his pig tenders.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's got that fresh pork waiting for him, man. I bet it's delicious. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he can't barely wait for it. So
you know it, yeah.
He's a funny guy.
I like guys
really
like
nice.
I like guys like him who've got a quick sense of humor. He just boom, boom, boom. I love that. Keeps the chat rolling, you know.
Well, I barely had a chance to meet him. He just came on briefly a couple of times, and that was 3 weeks before the wedding. So we quickly forgave him that he couldn't stick around for a long time. Obviously, the guy's busy. 3 weeks before the wedding, you know he's busy.
Yeah.
But seemed like a very nice fella. Very nice fella. That's why I rudely spoke for all of us and said, hurry up and get back on the panel. We want you to... You got forever for your honeymoon, babe. I mean, you know, we're just once a week. Come visit us.
Hey, Tommy Trotters. Sorry, I didn't see you in chat. I would have said hi when I came up.
Oh, Tammy was on fire last week. She was telling us all of her... either her mom's jokes or her grandmom's jokes. Which one was it, Tammy?
Yeah, it was her mom's jokes.
It was all the Tammy's jokes, but she was blaming everyone else.
Yeah, sure,
Well,
Lynn, no problem.
It was right on the border of our family-friendly advertising to be a family-friendly channel. That's all I'm saying.
That's the point. We should have fun, or otherwise it's meaningless.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's why I do some songs in the funny voice when I do sing, because it's funny and it helps people relax.
Yeah. Laugh, man. Laugh is good. Laughing with others, with good friends. It's awesome.
Just before Blue Eyes came in, I did a little housework in the chat area. You're still laughing about it. Oh, see, I asked for that, and that's the result I got.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes, the jokes were very much like that. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I hate it. I'm going to have to scoot here in a while because one of my stores is getting ready to close, but dang it. Anyway, the point I was making about the little house cleaning. You see how much nicer the chat looks now? Looks great. People are talking. They're having fun.
Mm-hmm.
So all I got to do is get out that little broom. Sweep a little here.
Sweep,
a little there.
Sweep the garbage out. Yeah.
And I didn't have to ban anybody. Hey, if they lost patience, that's not my fault.
Yeah.
That's a big, terrible 5 minutes.
Only voices.
Ah! Ha!
What was that?
That's pretty cool. It sounds like he's got helium, but he doesn't. Okay, so somebody's got a chip in their soundboard. I got you.
Well, I actually use that one. That sort of high pitched one. I use that for singing certain songs now and again. I think Swede
You're very welcome.
heard us singing before, using them voices.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to scoot as quickly as I can. If I'm lucky, I might actually make it back in time for the end of the show. I don't know for sure. If I don't make it back in time, it was truly a pleasure to see everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us today. Shadow, mwah,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the live stream. I had a blast. Bob, always great to see you. Blue Eyes, very nice to meet you. I hope to hear you sing someday. And I hope that everybody has a blessed day or a blessed evening and that we see you again real soon. Oh yeah, Thor, definitely. Just keep trying until you join us, babe. We miss you and just wanted you to know that. So y'all all take care. I'm gonna fly out of here so I don't have to fly on the street with my messed up brakes and whatnot. Oops.
I agree.
Yeah. So, either way, I will check back in with Shadow so that you know I made it home safe. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got
I
it.
will probably keep going for 1-2 hours more. So.
Yeah.
That's the spirit, buddy. That's the spirit. Okay.
Because
well,
it goes so well now, so I can easy keep going for 2 more hours.
Oh well.
I love to even hear you say it. So y'all enjoy, and hopefully I'll see you in a bit. Take care, everyone.
All right. Peace out.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna drop out for now, but if you want to come back and sing a song, I'll come back and sing a song.
Yeah.
I know it's not normally your day.
But I allow it. It's some refreshing sometimes.
I'll pop back in a while.
Okay. Nice to meet you today.
Oh boy.
Had to get some snacky.
Yeah. Some snackies. Nice to have sometimes. What kind of snacks?
Mrs. got me some mini chocolate chip cookies. She always claims that she's not the one who's making me fat.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not me, hon. You know. Yeah, right.
We have something similar here in Sweden as well. Those mini cookies.
Yeah, they're perfect for coffee.
Yeah, I bet they are. But the problem with those is you can eat a lot of them.
Yeah, I have to control myself. I'm going to bounce in and get something else we got in there for snackies. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Fishing Frustrations. You're very welcome. I appreciate that, my friend. Thanks, A7. No snow yet, but the roads begins to get a little bit slippery on some places. We have something we call here black ice. Yeah, Tammy, I will try to remember that joke. And
let's see.
Yeah, and fishing frustrations.
Shortbread.
75 pounds.
Shortbread cookies. What do we got here?
Lynn says she agree with you. She loves sweets.
Oh yeah.
Be savage.
Lynn, where are you? Where are you living at, Lynn? Are you still in the Philippines, or you're abroad?
Okay, Tammy, no problem. B Savage says caramel popcorn.
These are pretty nice. Shortbread says European cookies.
Yeah.
Probably made here in the States, but the title is European cookies.
Yeah.
Shortbread cookies. Let's see. Well, it doesn't matter. They're okay. They're nice. Nice snack. Really, Lynn, are you in Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao?
Hey, Thor.
Hey, Thor.
What's going on, guys? Hope you guys are having a great weekend so far.
The pig killer is here.
Yeah, we did 2 today.
All right.
So we had a friend come over because we had 4 pigs. So we had 3 ourselves, and then he had 1 with us. So he came over to help do basically, share the work in the last 2 pigs that we had to harvest today. So,
certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it was done when I was growing up here. Same thing.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Yep, would help each other out.
Yeah, so they're down in the cold room right now, and we pulled out the 2 tenderloins, so they're in the oven right now. So we got dinner probably ready in 15, 20 minutes.
Right on.
Yeah. How about you guys? Everything been good?
Yeah. I'm doing good.
It's hard to see you with you got your camo on and then the camo background and
yeah, I'm blending.
Pardon
me for snacky, but I'm hungry.
Me too. I'm like starving. But it's one of those days. We'll just eat a bit later than normal.
Yeah, you have those days too.
Yeah.
Oh, pancake and egg omelet sounds good to me.
Is that for breakfast or dinner? Because every so often too, I love having breakfast for dinner.
You bet.
Yeah.
I'll take bacon and eggs for dinner anytime.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds like breakfast.
It sounds like breakfast. Yeah.
Anytime I can get it. Bacon and eggs is always good.
Her time was when she joined the stream. It was 6:14 a.m. in the morning. So, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. We had some of our bacon this morning with some of our eggs, and we got some champagne at the wedding. So we got some orange juice, and this morning we had bacon and eggs and toast and beans and had some mimosas. So that was nice.
Right
So
on.
then now I'm like, all right, well, might as well just continue with the vodka, making screwdrivers.
Why not?
Well,
It sounds like life's
screwdrivers,
going
yeah.
good for you there, Thor. I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, life is good. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wedding was good. It was a perfect day for it. Perfect woman for me.
Mm-hmm.
So everything is awesome. Hey,
Yeah.
Guardian, good to see you. Hope you're doing awesome.
Yeah, welcome back, Guardian.
Okay, nice.
Maayan buntog. Maayan buntog. Good morning, I think.
Don't call me sir. I work for a living.
Well, that's how they are there. She's Filipino, dude. Magandang
My
umaga.
dad is
Wapa.
sir, and the officers are sir, but not me.
Yeah. Yeah, I got stripes on my sleeves. I work for a living. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Pancake is the easiest food to cook. Huh. For me, it's omelet. I love doing omelets in the morning. That just almost every day I have an omelet for breakfast.
Yeah, I got to say, most days my missus makes me an omelet.
Yeah.
Nearly every day. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah, Lynn, asawa ko Pilipina babae. My wife's from the Philippines. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just said to her good morning in her language. And that's the end of my Tagalog. That's it. Nosebleed.
Well, if it's nosebleed, put some cotton in your nose and it stops it.
Yeah, I hope so. That's one of those Filipino saying. So they say nosebleed instead of saying I'm out of English. They say, "Oh, I've got a nosebleed, brain bleed." Like, first time I heard that, I said, "Nosebleed? What? You okay?"
I know how that feels living in Quebec here, where everyone speaks French and I don't speak French.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know a little Bisaya, Len. Okay. Yeah, buntag. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's some Bisaya words. My wife's from Davao. No.
Do you find learning, is it Thai?
Filipino.
Do you find learning that to be easy for you, or is it difficult for you?
It's difficult as I get older,
Yeah.
but there's almost 100 languages spoken there.
Okay.
The national language is Tagalog, and I find that one to be easier than what my wife speaks. My wife speaks Bisaya. That language, dude, I gave up a long time ago. I'm seriously, I freaking gave up. It's like I just can't do it, you know.
Shadow, how are you with languages? Pretty good, or?
Well, for me, I can, if I compare two subjects, math or languages, I have more difficulties to learn math than I have to learn English languages.
Because when I moved here to Quebec and I started trying to learn French again, because in our school you would learn it in public school and high school. But when I moved here, I started trying to learn it again, and I'm having so much trouble. I don't know whether it's that when I try and engage someone speaking French, usually everyone switches to English for me, which doesn't help. But I thought it was, it's just French that I'm having trouble learning. So I tried to learn Icelandic, then I switched to Norwegian, then Swedish, and I'm like, no, I'm having the same problem no matter what language I'm trying to learn. It's just not staying. I'm having trouble with all of it. So
Yeah, they when I go to Asia, it's the same way. I can approach and speak in some Tagalog, but they know that I'm an English speaker, so they will always be polite and answer back in English. So,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's the same with you there. I can understand.
Yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Ilo Sili. So you're in Ilanga, Rampadora. You're in Ilanga. But yeah, it's harder for me as I get older, Thor. That is a good question because
Yeah.
It's so frustrating sometimes because one thing I've run into overseas is now I know some Tagalog and some Bisaya, but I have such a crappy pronunciation that they can't understand what I'm saying.
Right.
They recognize that I'm trying to speak Tagalog, but they look at me like, I think you're trying to speak Tagalog.
I don't know if it's the same for me, but I do some stuff too where, I speak French and someone just looks at me and they're like, what were you saying? Were you actually speaking French? Or,
yeah, they look at you like
something in English, or like I thought I might have understood you, but I'm not sure what you're. So then I have to repeat myself again and try and, make sure my pronunciation is correct. So, yeah.
Oh, Maayon Aga. Oh, it's Maayon Buntog is Bisaya. And see, Ilongo is a different language. Maayon Aga. Oh, that's so strange. See why I can't get it, Thor? They're different islands with different languages. It's like
at least here, it's all the same. It's totally different French. Well, not totally different French than France or like other French colonies, but at least, there's no different dialects no matter where I go in the province.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so hard when I go over there. That's why my family just tells me, Bob, just speak English. Most Filipinos can understand what you're saying. Just speak English slowly and direct, and they'll understand what you're saying.
Hey, Woman Outdoors, good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Guardian, I'm good with my tongue, but it's speaking that's the problem.
Thank you for the thumbs up, guys. I appreciate that. I can a few words in Japanese and only very few words on French.
Oh, I'm at Rampadora's channel looking at the church, St. Monica Parish Church. Oh, very nice. That's an old one there. Old Spanish. Wow. Panay. Oh, I'll watch that video later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I haven't been to Panay yet. Yeah. God. I mean, I think most Americans, we all speak a little bit of Spanish.
Okay.
Just a little bit, just enough. I took a year of Spanish in junior high school, and I mean, we're south of us is all
anyone
Spanish
down
and Portuguese. Anyway. Certainly, yeah. It's almost a requirement in Texas and Florida, and California. But I'm right up by the
New York and Maine, and no,
not so much here in Washington State too. We're up by the Canadian border.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe I
can,
speak Canadian, I guess.
Going
I
out
can
and
only a
about.
few words on Spanish. But
Molson, eh?
Take off, hey, you hoser.
Yeah, like that. I just shake my head when Americans say it like that. It's like, dude, stop it. It sounds terrible. Just stop. Just talk to them like we do normally.
Head out and about and stop by Tim Hortons, get us a double, eh?
Hey, you know what, dude? I saw
Going
Tim
out for a rip
Hortons.
there, eh, bud?
I saw Tim Hortons in Manila, Philippines, dude. No joke. Yeah, they've got them. They got a Tim Hortons. And I went, oh man, look at that! Hey, Timmy.
If they've got one, you got to stop in and see if they've got Canadian maple donuts.
Oh, it was past at working hours when I saw it. So yeah, if I'm in that area, I will. I'll go stop in.
Yeah, you need a double and a Canadian maple.
Double and a Canadian maple.
Yeah.
Okay. But the employees are Filipinos. Will they understand what that means?
No.
No. That's a Canadian thing. Huh? Okay. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Like, sir? Yeah. Sir, only what's on the menu, sir.
Yeah. Well, the Canadian maple is it's basically got like a maple glaze on the top, but then it's got the cream filling, kind of like a Boston cream donut.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah. Oh. So it's really good. And then a double is basically like 2 cream, 2 sugar in your coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
I recall I took my son to the Philippines with me, and we went to McDonald's to get some lunch. So he and I go up to the counter, and when I said, could have a double quarter pounder. And the little Filipinos like stunned her. Like, what? I said, a double quarter pounder. And she called over a couple other employees, and sir, we don't have a double quarter pounder. But she was like taken back, like, I've never heard of a double quarter pounder. Isn't a quarter pounder enough for you, sir?
It's like going to France, though. What's that? What was it? What's the movie? John Travolta and Royale with cheese.
Yeah. Exactly.
Samuel.
The Royale with cheese. Yeah, Pulp Fiction.
Royale with cheese.
Oh, dude, that was a weird movie. Oh my god.
Oh, look at the big brain on. What's his name?
that scene made me so tense, man. Look at the big brain on. Again, I dare you. Yeah. Does he look like a bitch? What? Say what again? I dare you.
I dare you.
God, man. I like that when the guy comes running out of the bathroom and he empties all 6 rounds at them and misses each time.
Yeah.
That was divine intervention, you know. That's like, dude, yeah. That whole movie made me tense, man. It just, especially the basement scene with Zed.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
God.
Are we cool? Yeah, we're cool.
We're cool. Yeah. You get gone, you stay gone. You know? Yeah. I like it when he asked him, "Are you all right?" And he goes, "I'm pretty fucking far away from all right, man." God.
Yep. Good movie though. What did we just? We watched We watched one last night. It was absolutely horrible.
What was it?
It was like an Australian one, and it was like so they set this guy up. They suspected he had kidnapped and killed a kid, so they bring him in for an inquiry or an inquest, and then they release him, and then they send all these like half the police force is undercover trying to follow this guy and set this guy up.
Mm.
And so the entire movie is like the cops being undercover, having this guy with them as part of their crew doing stuff. And then it's like, finally at the end, they're like, yeah, so we just found out about another inquest and you did this. So we've got to go clean up your mess. So did you actually do this? Did you? And it's like, it was so slow, so bad. You know, I fell asleep through it. And I was like, but it got tons of good reviews and everyone was like, oh, they were so awesome acting. And sure, the acting was good, but the movie was horrible.
Oh, it was just moved too slow, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Mm.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I watch movies on Tubi sometimes.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
I go back and watch the old Westerns. Last night I watched Magnificent Seven. I used to watch that with my dad when I was little. And I love that because I'd be like, I stay up late and I watch a movie with my dad and I get to have some pop and chips and stuff. And so it's good memories, but like those movies are so great because there was no politics, nothing. It was just good acting, good story.
That was before the woke stuff. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I watched a movie on Tubi last night. Well, it was I typed in Burma, so let's see what they got on Burma. It was a true story about in World War II. There was an island off the coast of Burma that had a garrison to a lot of Japanese, and they even had an Air Force base there. And it was a true story that there were about 1,000 Japanese Air Force there, and when the British forces, mainly from India, attacked the island, the Japanese had to flee into a swamp full of saltwater crocodiles.
Oh, yeah.
That's a true story.
I remember reading about that.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
like,
a true story.
Most of them were gone.
Yeah. They say that a crocodile can go a couple of years without eating something, but when you got a flood of human beings coming in, like, hey,
basically all of them were gone.
Yeah. 21 survived. That was it out of about 1,000 soldiers.
That's just wild, eh?
Here, just a minute. Excuse me. I'm gonna call.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey,
welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, Thor.
Guardian, I didn't recognize your logo there. What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I've got a couple just for
temporary. Now. Nice.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things that I'm working on. I'm also going to get a little logo sign at some point for the new year for streams and that. And you're the first guest that I want to have on at some point as well. I still mentioned that a while back. And I just wanted to bring up something as well. You were mentioning old movies, old cowboy movies and that.
Yeah.
And recently I watched Electric Boogaloo 2. Like, it was a very interesting experience to watch that movie again. Like, go watch some 80s movies, and that's an interesting experience and a half. But I've got to have Camel for a little bit because I'm just with the little one as well at the moment.
Nice.
But yeah, it's good to see you. And I'll still stick around and be able to chat, but I just can't really do like the camera because it's like, yeah. So,
nice. It's great when Tubi seeing some of those old movies and some of those B-rated movies and
yes.
I don't know if you guys had seen in the news about that new movie Terrifier 2, and people were like throwing up in the theater and passing out and fainting because it was like too scary or too graphic. So I was like, oh, so there's got to be a Terrifier 1, and I found Terrifier 1 on Tubi. So we started watching it, and it was like, oh, okay, all right. So I think we got about 20 minutes into Terrifier 1, and then we went to bed. And Bridget woke up in the middle of the night with a nightmare.
Uh-oh.
However, it was not about the movie. It was about she wasn't with me, and she had to move to Montreal, and she didn't have the animals on the farm. So it was like totally unrelated to the movie where she had a nightmare. But it was like that movie was like, oh, come on. You know, I don't know if for us, you know, we've butchered so many animals. It sounds bad, but we've butchered so many animals. We've harvested a lot of animals. So when we watch a horror movie, you kind of know what blood looks like. You know what intestines look like. You know what happens when you do something. And so watching some of these horror movies where there's, you know, the blood doesn't look right, or it just gushes the wrong way, or, you know, the person gets sawn in half and they're halfway through sawing the person's still like, oh my God. Like, no, they would have gone into shock. Like, you know, when you first started and you already hit that jugular or you already hit that artery. So it's like, it just,
Oh, that movie about the crocodiles, you know, on that island off the coast of Burma. It was a great topic. I really wanted to see, maybe they would have it, but it was so low budget.
Okay, yeah.
Had like 4 or 5 actors in it. 2 Chinese guys playing the Japanese soldiers. One Indian guy playing, and then like 3 white British actors. Oh my God.
Going back and looking at Hollywood videos where, like, you know, you had white guys playing
the Indians,
and you know, Inuit and that sort of thing. It's like,
I remember that. That's how Anthony Quinn got so much work, because he had kind of a dark complexion and a rugged looking nose.
Yeah, you get a bit of a suntan and suddenly you can be like, you know.
Have you guys seen Othello? Did you watch Othello at all?
The Merchant of Venice.
The Merchant of Venice. Have you seen?
With Olivier. What's his name? I know his surname is Olivier, but he did like full on blackface because he played Othello. But he was like a white guy who did like full on. So he could be Othello.
I've watched the old Lawrence of Arabia, or Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh yeah, Peter O'Toole.
Yes,
that's a classic.
Yep,
it is. Have you ever?
Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Have you ever seen Peter O'Toole in an interview? He is a fantastic actor, pure, beautiful actor. But this guy is out of it. I mean, he's detached, man. Just look it up. Peter O'Toole interview. Peter, what did you do in your last trip to Britain? You'll die. But when he recites, his lines are so proper and pristine. But as him he's out of it, guys. He's gone.
Some of them are crazy. Like,
he is.
Hi, hello there, gorgeous.
Hello, husband.
Is dinner ready?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to steal him from you.
Right on.
Dinner is ready, my lord.
All right.
My lord. Oh, I like that.
All right, guys. We'll talk
Peace
to you
out.
later.
All right. See you later, Thor.
Take care. Stay safe.
All right, later, Thor. Bye.
Bon appetit.
Speaking of that, that's who was on the phone. Hun, would you like to dine out tonight? Okay, I'm ready with that. You know, she's actually getting off work early today. That's almost impossible.
Yeah, I'm actually relaxing, and Kay is sitting right next to me at the moment,
Mm-hmm.
and we were just chilling and also like catching up and that type of thing. And I thought I'd just jump up and
What were you saying, GP, before I interrupted?
No, I'm just speaking about farm life and that type of thing, really, and we were just speaking about that type of thing.
Yeah, Thor was right. The old Hollywood movies, they have all these white guys playing the parts of Native Americans and Mexicans. You know, it's like,
yes, we were talking about that topic as well, and that's also something where there's a channel. I won't mention the channel now because, like, obviously, I don't want like people to get distracted at the moment. But yeah, there's a channel that does some pretty good videos that does compilations of all of the movies of that kind of, you know, like bad movies, just movies that bad acting and that type of thing, and like also like just very interesting channel. I'll send you a message about it, Bob.
Okay. Billy Jack. Yeah. Billy Jack was another one who's supposed to be a Native American, but he was a white guy. It's like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's changed. Like the world's definitely changed in a lot of ways, and it's obviously for I certainly think for the better, you know, to understand that there are certain things that are obviously not appropriate. You know what I mean? Like it makes sense to be more understanding to everybody and to be accepting of people.
I agree. I agree. Yeah.
And mostly for the next generation, I think that's where it counts the most. Making sure that the world, like ahead of us, is going to be so much better than the world of the past in some ways too. You know. I don't know if you can hear my little one, but that's exactly why I say what I'm saying. Is because we need to make the future better for the youth. You know.
Oh yeah. One thing about human beings is we learn from our mistakes and carry on. You know, reasonable human beings.
Yeah, and some never learn.
True, but those are called stupid people. Those are called dumb people.
We have another Canadian in the house.
Right
Darren
on.
Dobson.
Darren Dodson. Okay.
All the way from Toronto.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a main channel.
I just wanted to others. So I was just going to jump up for a little bit. Shadow, I will be off now as well, spending time with the family. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and always good to chat to you guys. I will catch up with you soon.
Yeah, it's always nice to have you here, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, bye for now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Come on, Mrs. I'm hungry. She's going to arrive here and take me out for a dinner. That sounds good. You know, our kids are grown up. We eat out quite a bit because our kids are grown up, and you know, why not? Why not? You know. Oh heck! I was going to do a little more about moving and stuff today, but I got a few things over here, and like these lanterns that I showed a moment ago, I've got to get those dusted off and hung up, and I'll get to it eventually, you know.
Yeah, it takes some time.
It does, yeah. It really works out well when we can go over and get a couple carloads of boxes and bring them here, and the wife can unpack everything while I'm doing the heavy work. She just does the unpacking, you know. But she gets so little time off, man. It's just it's difficult sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you have a lot of stuff as you have. That takes time.
Yeah. Most of the stuff is in this shop that we own. Most of the stuff is we're pretty minimal inside the house, you know. But I've added a lot of things to it for the prepping for power failures and things like that. Lots of stuff. I mean, if I didn't have this machine shop and if I didn't have the prepping stuff, we'd have very little, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Tammy, grilled cheese sandwiches. Oh, my wife made a couple of those for my breakfast the other day. Oh, they're always better when the wife blows them kisses before she serves them to me. That makes them taste even better.
Yeah, I bet they do. Darren is a really nice guy too.
Uh-huh.
He has 3 channels, one main channel, and then he has Darren Dobson travels and drives. So
Okay.
and and drives is with sports car and things like that.
Well, I'm going to subscribe to Lynn's channel right now. Lynn, Filipina. Filipina
Declaro.
Declaro. Lynn
Yeah.
Declaro. Okay, and then there was another Filipina in here. Rampadora. I'll subscribe to her channel as well. She's the Ilonga. There we go. Okay. Got 2 more subs here. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
And she's guapa. Miss Rampadora is guapa. In case you don't know, that means cute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Walang anuman, Lynn.
And there you have Darren's travel channel.
Mm-hmm. So, Lynn, you live on Luzon. I can't remember which city you said you live on. Was it Cavite? Was it Cavite, Lynn? Oh, guapa. Yeah. That's I greet a lot when I'm overseas, especially. I greet a lot of the ladies with, hello, guapa. They always smile. Laguna. That's right. Okay, Laguna. All right.
Laguna.
Yeah, that's right next to Manila. Yeah. Oh, you're working there. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the interesting thing we have at work, we have a woman who works for another company who cleans, cleaning the company at the office and the dressing rooms and the lunchroom and things like that.
Uh-huh.
She's from the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
And she says she has a cabin, the Laguna Lake.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
On the other side there is a mountain and a volcano.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a cabin high up, so she can have a very nice view. She has a cabin there, so
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I usually sometimes to make it more fun, I say "Kumusta" to her. And
there you go.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. My barber is a Korean lady, and I go in there and hello, Chingo. Chingo means my friend, and she speaks pretty good English, and she knows that I'm married to a Filipina, and we go and because I talk to her. A lot of the customers just sit there and they don't talk to her, but I talk to her, and I don't know a couple words in Korean, like when we get done with the haircut. Oh no, neighbor's car alarm. I said "Kamsahamnida." That means thank you so much. But just a minute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mount Taal. Yeah. I asked my wife, why do the people? She has a coworker that has a house right there by Mount Taal. That's a volcano. And I asked her, why do they stay there? She says it's some of the richest farmland there is, because every year or two it throws out all that volcanic ash and rebuilds the soil. It grows crops fast, Mount Taal. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Grilled cheese sandwich with the gooey cheese is the best. You got that right, Tammy. Yeah. And the sandwich always tastes better when your wife makes it for you. That makes it delicious. Oh, so come on, Mrs. My son.
The funny thing was when I said Kumista to that woman who cleaned the work, she said that to me, I can learn and teach you more if you want
yeah,
to.
Why not? Mm-hmm, yeah. So. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be good to learn a few more words because you have a lot of Filipinos that come into your chat.
Yeah.
Oh, your wife? Yeah. Guardian, don't you agree? When your wife makes a sandwich, it always tastes better than when you make it. That's the way it is with mine. The weather in Taal is cool, all like Baguio. Yeah, Baguio is the summer capital of the Philippines because it's a high elevation and it's cool up there. Well, cooler. I mean, the whole country's hot, man. Oh, yeah, really? Fish sandwich. Oh, yummy. Mm-hmm. Well, my son was said a package is supposed to arrive by between 2 and 4 p.m. So now it's 4:30 p.m. and still hasn't arrived, and I have to sign for it. So it's like, oh, okay, John. Yeah. Well, my wife and I. There's 5 years of difference between she and I.
Grilled cheese, tomato soup.
Uh-huh.
Made
That's
that for
good
my
stuff.
vegetarian friend from India.
Yummy.
That sounds really yummy. Homemade garlic bread in the air fryer. That sounds yummy too.
Uh-huh. There's a channel here. Her first name is Laura. It's a Hedgehog Homestead. This morning she put out a video about making potato bread. Oh man. Yummy.
Yeah,
fresh
I saw
bread.
something about that. I'm gonna watch that video actually.
Mm-hmm.
I love garlic.
Tammy Trot, you make cake from scratch? Oh man, I got to get to know you. Yo.
Yeah, she has a channel too, so.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what.
Hey, RG Arizona Homestead, good to see you, brother. We are doing well here, RG. Yeah, Guardian. The list of benefits that garlic has are extensive. What a superfood, honey garlic foods of the gods.
Okay, Tammy, I just rang your bell. your notification bell. Oh, good. Come on, Mrs. Get home. Get home, Mrs. I'm hungry. Ah. It's getting cold outside, too.
What's the temperature outside now?
Well, we're still on Imperial here, so it's 51 right now. I'm not sure what that is in Celsius, but our summer hot weather is gone. It's gone. It's been raining steadily the last couple of days, nonstop.
Yeah. We had some rain here too. And 10 years ago, we had snow this time.
Really? This time of year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
But normally we usually have, but now we have rain instead and 2+.
Oh, I'm 59, Lynn. Let's see. Yeah, my wife's 55.
A couple of more years to the retirement.
Yeah. I was really lucky though. When I turned 55, I had 30 years at Boeing, so I could get a pension. And it's just said, the longer you stay, the more your pension increases. But it's like, so retire while I'm still able to get up and walk around and do things, because I had so many injuries working on those heavy airplanes. Yeah, I was like, pull the plug, get it over with. Cook her dinner. She will not allow me in the kitchen. That's one thing. She will not. Nope.
No, she would kick you out.
That's right. She kicks me
from
out.
the kitchen.
Honestly. Honestly, she does.
Stay in the garage.
Yep. Stay in their shop. I'll bring it out to you. You just get out of my kitchen. Okay. Eat the fruitcakes in a day. Wow. Must be delicious. I have as a surprise a few times bee sandwich, make her a dinner. Well, like, an easy dinner to make is just spaghetti and meatballs. But the Filipinos add sugar to their tomato sauce. They don't like it bitter. They like it with sugar in it. And it's hard for me to get that taste to where she likes it. She'll eat it, of course, because she appreciates it if I make her something. But yeah.
Yeah, I cook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the chef in the household.
Mm-hmm. I cook, but I don't have a big menu. I mostly like just simple food, like some bratwurst sausages and potatoes and just basic stuff. I'm not a picky eater. I never have been. I'll eat anything.
Well, it's a good skill to have to cook,
mm-hmm.
because it's an art form itself.
Oh, you do, Lynn? Okay, well, sounds good. Yeah, I've never tried it like that.
Okay, never heard of that one before.
I haven't either. Mm-mm. All right, Lynn, I'm coming up to your place. I want some of Lynn's spaghetti.
Yeah, and you will probably get a lot of it too.
And probably. Oh my God, man. those Filipino girls, as soon as you enter the house, they hand you a plate. That I've had that happen 100 times. Here, you're going to eat, whether you're hungry or not. You're going to eat. They hand you an empty plate, man.
Yeah. Especially, I noticed that when I'm on J Mike's stream, he always get his breakfast on the stream, so his wife can come with his breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And when he shows the plate, it's filled up.
It's full. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think, Jay, how can you eat all of that? And he says, it's too much for me.
There's my missus. Well, it's like the other morning, she made me an omelet. It was just gigantic, man. An omelet with bacon and all that stuff. I made it into lunch, or I made it into breakfast and lunch. She just loads the plate up, you know. There she is. There's my sexy. Lynn, to let you know, we were in the Philippines this April, and all the nieces were cooking for us. I gained 10 pounds in a month. They just kept piling it on, you know. I wasn't arguing. It was delicious, but 10 pounds. Wow.
That's a lot.
It is a lot, yeah. You know, they made regular meals, and then they would, hello, baby. Meow. Meow, meow. Okay, I'm hungry. All right, baby. Yeah, but they made regular meals, and then the nieces all had their special dish that they make. Yeah. And they would make it, and they would always first serve Uncle, you know. Here, Uncle, try this. And, you know, and then here comes dinner, and another niece had her special dish to make, and along with a regular dinner. And I mean, oh my God, man. Yes, it is, Dora. Yes, it is. That's so cute. When my wife will make me a dinner, and she'll stand there with her fingers like this and go, and smile. You know, is it a hit or is it a miss? It's always a hit, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's my thing there, Lynn. Now, I do eat rice, but not as much as the Filipinos eat it. Oh my God, you guys eat that stuff every meal. Oh Lord, no. That's now, if there's nothing else, yes, I'll eat rice. But my wife's pretty good about that. She'll make me some potatoes frequently, mashed potatoes along with an omelet. Yeah, I mean, dude, she made me an omelet with bacon and a pile of mashed potatoes this big, you know, with the omelet. Like, I can't eat that much in one time. I can't eat without rice. Yeah, that's the Filipino way. That's not a meal without rice. I know that. Yeah. We have a 50-pound bag of rice in our kitchen. There's always a 50-pound bag of rice in our kitchen.
That's a big bag.
Yeah, it is. Well, that was when we decided to start sleeping here at this house. We just began moving in, and I got an air mattress, a big one for both of us to sleep on. That was the first thing the wife did. She wanted to get some new kitchen stuff for new kitchen and all that. She ran over to the market and she got 2 brand new rice cookers. 2. She always has 2 of them running at all times. Oh, Tammy, that sounds good. Lemon cake, yummy. Well, I'm going to bounce off, guys.
Yeah.
I found a couple of good channels here to sub to. So,
Yeah.
peace out. God bless everyone. I'm gonna go eat with
Yeah.
my missus later. Everyone.
Yeah. Do that. Don't
Bye.
let her wait, because that
No.
would be a terrible mistake.
Yeah. Don't keep the wife waiting. Okay, here she is. All right. Bye for now, guys.
Bye for now. Comfort food like biscuits and gravy. Lemon is good to have in cakes. It gives it a specific taste. We can get lemon cakes here too, but I guess they are a little bit different from yours. Sushi. Sushi is one of them. Marinated salmon is always nice too, and even smoked salmon. Okay, Tammy, that sounds good. I marinated the salmon myself, and I have been pretty successful with it. I usually do it for Easter, Christmas, New Year. Yeah, sushi is easy. It fills you up, and you stay filled up for a long time too on sushi. I try to eat sushi relatively often. Well, B Savage, there are two camps on that. The other one likes sushi, and the other one doesn't. Yeah, smoked salmon is really yummy. Yeah, smoked salmon or other type of fish that are smoked, it gets exotic taste to it. Yeah, Tammy, I could figure that out. But eat one fruit cake in a day, that's a lot of cake. Well, salmon is awesome. I love the taste. Yeah, you should, Lynn. Yeah, smoked salmon is great. Smoked salmon has a very distinctive taste. Very distinctive taste, and you get a lot of flavor from it. Yeah. And I think you would like it, Lynn. What is sinigang salmon? I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, it sounds good, but I have no idea what sinigang is. I used to give my dog fresh fish. Yes, the oils on fish skin is good for the coats. My brother would fillet the fish so it had no bones. Yeah, that's a good idea, Tammy. Hey, CR.
Wow, I couldn't let you just stay here alone. I saw I saw I was lurking behind the scenes for a few moments every so often. Besides, GP's not the only one that can come back.
Well, GP did for a short
I know.
while.
I heard you guys for a little bit. I saw a few little things. I saw it. I saw it.
Grandpa.
I was laughing.
Okay.
I was laughing along too.
It's a soup dish cooked with tamarind fruits. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Whoa, Shadow, you look wide awake. I can tell.
Yeah.
I could just tell. Remember, how many times have I been on this panel now? I just know when you're tired. I haven't seen you start to stretch or do that. Oh, my back itchy thing. Or
actually, my shoulders were locked, so I had to stretching them out.
I see.
And it cracked. Yeah, it cracked again. So.
Oh, I see. I don't see the chat right now. So.
Tammy asked you, or if you saw her joke earlier.
I didn't see the side chat. I know what Miss Boo did to Bob. I saw that. I saw that part. You guys were laughing. That was funny. Oh, sorry, Bob, you're listening. No, I didn't see that, Tammy.
But welcome back, CR. It's always good to have you.
It's always so special here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. No, I had to make sure I gotta get ready for my own stream.
Yeah, you have your own stream too.
I know. See, I was nice enough to reschedule. I decided to reschedule it better a little bit, an hour later. It'll give me, or half an hour later. It'll give you guys some time. And just in case someone else went live randomly, I don't know about it. That way I didn't have to rush it. And thanks to Bob for giving me some more inspiration.
Yeah, Bob always has good ideas. So.
You guys gave me the inspiration. The encouragement. I could tell.
There you go, CR. There you have the joke.
I'll just shake my head. I'll just shake my head. I didn't know Tammy fought like that. Oh, Tammy. Oh, Tammy. Yeah. Oh, Tammy.
Yeah, it's a fun joke.
Well, at least my punny jokes aren't that dirty. They're just funny. I think it's time for that coffee. I need to pick me up. Oh.
Yeah.
I need to pick me up for this stream. No obligation for anyone to drop by. However, drop by if you want. No obligation.
Yeah.
I won't judge you just because you didn't drop in. No. How long are you planning to go for? You're coming up to the 6-hour mark soon.
Yeah, 6 hours is, well, probably I go for no longer.
Yeah, I think it's starting to be your, like, I mean, I know a few times you went for like 8 or 10, but it's just like, it starts to wear you down.
Yeah, I agree, B Savage. This day has gone by so fast.
That's because I've been here like half the time. I start the stream with you and I end the stream with you.
Okay, Rampa, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, man. My friend.
Take care.
And take care, stay safe, God bless. And I appreciate that.
You know, that just reminded me, I'm like, I gotta get my tripod out. I'll have coffee like in half an hour or so.
Yeah.
Get ready here. Personally, get ready here. Time for some stage prompts.
You prepare the stage
Oh, well,
props.
yeah, I gotta prepare the stream now. Or, yeah, so that's why I was just like,
Yeah.
I figured I'd check back in with all you. I'm just like, oh, I missed Bob and GP. Switch out.
That sounds like a good idea to plan for.
Yeah, I know.
The stage props.
Yeah, because I think I have a lot to say apparently this time around. A lot more than I thought. A lot more than I thought. Some examples. Everyone always likes examples. Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised you're not that tired.
Yeah.
Like, for once. It's like the only time I've ever seen you, like, this late for you, and you don't look that tired. Usually you're laying back more. See, how I can tell, you start stretching and laying back more. You're relaxing more. You're not, as talkative at times. I can tell. How many times have we done this? I just know the signs now. That's a sign right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I can tell. I can tell. I heard you guys talking about what you guys were talking about cowboy movies or something like that, or westerns, I should say.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I heard that. I briefly heard about that. Briefly heard about that. What time is it? I got like less than an hour.
It seems like Lynn has some issues with our data.
Hello, Lynn.
Obviously not working good.
Hello, Lynn. It's just been cloudy here all day. I haven't seen the sun all day. It's been overcast out the whole day. Hasn't snowed. Well, actually, it rained earlier, but I mean the ground's still wet-ish.
Yeah.
And the rain came this morning, so yeah, it's quite cool out. You know, when you were telling the temperature earlier, I was just like, yeah. I think it was only like +3 at that time. I think it got up to like 7, or 6 or 7, but not very cool out. Maybe I'll just randomly show some. Let me try it, and I should put my camera back. Oh look. I wonder what that is, everyone. Oh yeah, I know what it is because it has a CR in it. Oh.
Yeah, carrots.
Yeah. Amongst other things. Well, try to stretch it out.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Because we're gonna need it. We're gonna need it, that's for sure. I already know. I gotta remember that I'm on their stream right now. And I get carried away again.
Yeah.
So I gotta leave some content for my own stream to talk about.
Yeah.
And such. Yeah. Yep, I think it's time for a little bit more coffee soon. Speaking of which, that reminds me, how's that storage going down for you?
Well, it's at the moment this month sucks really because I had to pay almost $600 extra for. I had to pay back some taxes. I have paid not enough to get some back from them, so now I have to pay back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that sucks.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not really sure how much I will have left this month.
Well, keep doing what you can, right? Like I've been saying, keep making progress, right? Ultimately, I think, really, this is going to be a test run for, like, next year and the year after. You're going to be doing, it's like, because if you're not actively preparing now, it's going to be even harder next year, I think. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Just because the way that things are going down, things are coming together, right? What did I say early? Remember what I said early in the year? We're facing multiple fronts, right? We are right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're facing multiple fronts right now, and we are. Isn't that? Lots of things are coming together. As that, that metaphoric perfect storm, as they say out there, right? So, yeah, things are coming together against us.
Yeah.
So, this is why we need to come together as people and prepare.
Indeed.
What's that? And try to ride the storm, as they say, or whatever I don't know what the saying. So I think it's ultimately come back down to it, right?
So we are on 6 hours, 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 1 second. So I think we wrap things up. What do you think, CR?
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you backstage anyways again.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, I know. Like always, again, thanks for having me on for another weekend. Yeah. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the real life experiences that you shared, right? It just, when you're talking about it, I was picturing it in my head and all that stuff.
Thank you, Tammy, for
you're awesome, Tammy.
The super sticker.
You're awesome.
I appreciate that. You're awesome.
You're awesome, Tammy. Well, I'll let you finish off your outro, as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, the flooding is the problem. Yeah, Sheila Tammy says, I don't mind the thunderstorms. It's the flooding I hate. Yeah.
Well, Tammy, you can come by my stream. We can talk about it too. Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to bring some stuff up.
Yeah.
I almost have a feeling I'm going to be doing a stream for like a couple hours. I have a feeling. Let's talk about it. Alright. Well.
Yeah. Thank you, Tammy, for the super sticker, and I appreciate that. And thanks for the guys for the thumbs up. I appreciate that too. So we'll wrap things up. And I'll see you in the next one. And I will see you next week.
Take care, everyone.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless. And we are out.